Very long programme of events. We're looking at about 6.5 hours of action ahead of us, going all the way through to the end of the afternoon, and the women's 800 metres. So the very first event underway is 2 heats of women's 4x100 metres. So we're looking at the first heat, not the stronger of the 2 heats, and we have the Scottish quartet of Matheson, Bell, Malone and Adam. Moving outside, the Swiss under-20, hoping to set a marker for competing at the European under-20 Championships later this year. Rabak van Kamp, Herner and the very talented teenager Soraya Becerra will be the anchor. The Netherlands 2 team, Van der Bergen, Sedney, Samuel and Minke. Noemi Sedney, of course, part of the Dutch teams that have done so well in recent years, finished 5th in the European Championships, just missing out on a medal. And on the outside, the Colombian team, Aguilar, Licona, Bolaños, Cassiani and Gamboa. So just 5 teams in this particular heat. Second heat, there'll be 5 teams as well. It's the Stade de Bout de Monde, and if you are somewhat proficient in French, you'll know that that translates as the stadium at the end of the world. It's not really true. It's just to the south of Geneva, by the river Arve. So as they settle in from the inside, from lane 2, Scotland, Switzerland under 20, Netherlands 2 and Colombia. Well, very even start. Demi van Wildenberg starting well for the Dutch. Competent changeovers from all 4 teams. No drama there. Alison Bell at the moment making good inroads on the inside for Scotland, but not the best of changeovers for the Scots. Now the baton's in the hands of the 2018 European Championships bronze medalist. A good bend there from Jamily Samuel, Dutch third leg runner, and it's a battle down the home straight between Minke Bishops and Angelica Gamboa. Gamboa just pulling away over the final 40 metres, and it's the Colombians who get the first victory here, 44-18. Well, a little bit away from the stadium record that was set by the Dutch, I should say the Swiss, 2 years ago, when they put out one of their top teams and came home in 42-42. Nevertheless, a good win by the Dutch. As we just keep saying the Dutch, the Colombians, as we see a replay there. Good start from Evelis Aguilar. Final changeover, and then Soraya Becerra, 11.62 performer, bringing them home strongly. So I think the Colombians, well, I think there's obviously room for improvement there. Slicker changeovers, but useful win. So Colombia win 44-16, and Scotland came through strongly over the last leg, 44-56, in a closely matched battle for second place once the Colombians started to go through the gears. Georgina Adam running a fine final leg there for the Scots, bring them through for second. So saying it's a packed programme today. Some of the events to look out for include the women's 100 metres hurdles, which features Nadine Visser, two-time European indoor 60 metres hurdles champion. Got an excellent women's long jump, which features Tara Davis-Woodall, 7:07 already, wind legal this year, 7:14 windy. I'm particularly interested to see further down the line the 200 metres, which features the rapidly improving British sprinter Charlie Dobson, 2019 this year already. Geneva is quite sympathetic towards sprinters, and of course the horizontal jumps. It's at about 370 metres altitude. Just looking there at the opening Belgian runner, Elise Mercuz. On the second leg will be Delphine in Cancer, who's been flying this year. So Mercuz and Cancer, Vinca, and on the final leg, Ronnie Rosius, second in the European Under-23 Championships 2 years ago. The Dutch Under-23 quartet of Kauni, Caliguri, Horne and Goodschmidt. Goodschmidt competing in the European Championships last year, still an Under-23 performer. There's Sido, Van Hunenstein, Zoe Sedney, and on the anchor leg, somewhat new face of Tassa Gia for an international audience. Saw the Swiss team of Weiss, Cora, Fry and Berge will probably start as favourites for this race. Then on the outside, the Danish quartet of Bom, Hold Jensen, Graversgaard, set Dutch Danish 60 metres hurdles records indoors, and Kramer on the last leg. So some of these athletes will see them competing as well in the heats and possibly the final of the 100 metres later. So from the inside, it's Belgium, Switzerland, Dutch first string quartet, Switzerland and Denmark. Oh. Great changeovers there on the outside from the Danes. Coming through very strongly, it's Salome Cora. And it's the Swiss now looking very strong indeed. Now Geraldine Frey, who's had a good season so far. Frey just having the lead. The Swiss, oh, and a dreadful changeover from the Dutch there. Trying to get it from Zoe Sedney to Tassa Gia. Too much ground for the tall Dutch woman on the anchor leg to make up. And victory goes to the host nation, Switzerland. Many of these nations trying out experimental quartets ahead of the World Championships. These World Championships coming up in Budapest in August. And of course, in 2 weeks' time, we have the European Team Championships coming up in Silesia, host city of Horsel. The Dutch there just run out of it, but it's the Swiss that get the verdict, unofficially in 43.25. There we go. This final changeover for the Dutch. A bit of a shambles. Just left here. Jassa, too much ground to make up. Belgians, well, quite a talented quartet, but never really in the race. We'll move on to 2 heats of the men's 4x100 metres. There's the result from that second and the stronger of the 2 heats, with Switzerland winning in 43.22. Netherlands won 43.32. And Switzerland under 23, a little bit further back, 43.70. Congratulations between the Swiss team, they held on. No Aya Del Ponte here, nor Majinga Kumbunje. Sure we'll see those 2 women, although Del Ponte has had injury problems. Come into the quartet later on. Still a little bit away. Some countries have declared for the European Team Championships, a few others waiting until the last minute. Swiss, a little bit surprisingly, didn't get out of their heat at last year's European Championships in Munich. They rested Kumbunje, and it proved to be a gamble that didn't pay off. Geraldine Fry and Salome Cora, who we've just seen in action, they're part of that quartet from last summer, competed in Munich. This one of 41 World Athletics Continental Tour bronze meetings, which stretch all across the summer. Those are just the ones in Europe. As you look now at Adam Thomas settling down. Well, we're quickly whizzing across the teams. So we had Scotland of Thomas War, Icon and Potty. Ireland under 23. Kahinda Olatunde, the Irish 100 metre record holder, Moray and Appiah. Switzerland under 23. Graf Stolder, Lestrade and Martin. In lane 6, Dutch number 2 team, Oosterwolde, Moajok, Ekpo, and the veteran Chirandi Martina, now 39 years of age. And on the outside, Switzerland under 20, Gugomez, Hashida, Chèvre, and Consontas. Well, the Dutch doing well so far. Githaro Oosterwolde handing over to Xavi Moajok. Moajok we've seen in action in under-23 championships, but once again, a shaky changeover from the Dutch. This time, though, they have room to spare, clearly in the lead, as it goes from Ekpo to Martina. But the Irish are closing down, so do the Swiss on the outside, but Martina, still a bit of life in those legs yet. 39.88 for the Dutch. Martina just lives for this sport. over the years. Such a fine competitor. Scotland given second there. Well, the Dutch, just as they settle back. That's a bit of drift of the meeting record, which has been held by a British quartet of James Dassaulu, Craig Pickering, Ricky Fifton and Harry Kenizayate at 38.55 from 2009. The Irish under-23 quartet. When we get to the under-23 championships, the European under-23 championships next month in Helsinki, the Irish going there looking for medals, helped by Olatunde. Olatunde, a fine talent. We'll see Olatunde in action later on today, I'm sure, in the heats of the 100 metres. Just to confirm, the Swiss under-20 team did come through for second place there in 40.01, just holding off Irish under-23 team at 40.02. So now, second semi-final. Saudi Arabia, Abdallah Al-Sabai, Ibrahim El-Atafi. Colombia, Abelo Sanchez, Palacios Murillo, Flores Angulo and Longa Mosquera. And this is the Dutch number 1 team in lane 5. Paulina, Burnett, Van Gool and Bourgeois have to be the favourites. Swiss, Mancini, we saw a lot of him on the indoor circuit. Umantala, Svensson, Huntert, and on the outside, lane 7, Danes, Larson, Kamanga, Deerbach, Heidrup and Schul, Neverson. Then the Irish senior team, Ayaboro, Doyle, Sibanda and Ojawumi. Told by the organisers that there's 65 nations who are represented here amongst the 550 international athletes. So as they settle down, well, the Irish doing very, very well at this stage. Also the Swiss, and it is the Swiss who are coming through. So the Swiss come through in 38.79. You can see the Netherlands just coming through for second, 38.82. Saudi Arabia, 39.03. And Ireland, despite showing well initially, drifting back to sixth place. There's the Swiss trio looking very happy with their performance. So, Switzerland looking forward to taking part in the European Team Championships coming up. So with the men's and women's 4x100 meters relays out of the way, so to speak, we'll move on to no less than 400 meters hurdles races very shortly. They'll get underway at 12:30 local time, that's Central European time, 2 hours ahead of GMT. Also going on in the field very shortly will be the women's high jump. That will start very soon. Just a bit later we have the men's long jump. Very good field for the men's long jump. There's the presentation for the women's long jump. And Ngondo from Switzerland, Goossens from Belgium, Skelton from New Zealand, Somalecki of Ireland, Salin Aiki from France, the very good Swiss jumper Salome Lang, coming back to form. Emily Borthwick as well, World Championship performer last year. Just to bring you up to date as well, if you're looking for all the results, you can go onto the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com. Probably know where that is anyway if you follow the link to listen to this stream, but it also provides you with a link to live results. Zita Goossens, personal best of 1m90. It's Imogen Skelton. The Irish woman, Sumalecki, is standing out, 190 performer. There's Laura Salinaike, 185 for her. Next to her, Salome Lang, the Swiss record holder. Struggled with injuries a little bit in recent months, and Emily Borthwick as well, 195, World Championship and European Championships participant last year as well. And the last to get presented to the crowd. Well, the starting height is 1m60. Just to bring you up to date as well, with the hammer results from a little bit earlier, the pre-programme. Winner was Poland's Alexander Smich at 71.14. She just beat Vanessa Sterkendris of Belgium, 68.20. That was the 1-2. Then quite a way back to the best of the rest, led by Florella Fayech of France at 61.70. But as I said, you can see all the results in their entirety. Just go to the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com, and you'll be able to see everything that's been happening at this Atleticageneve international meeting. See there, it's going to be an opening height of 1m60. Not too many of the women will be taking that. Luthi brings the bar down. First time of asking at 160. Well, we've been watching the presentation in the women's high jump. The officials have been putting out the hurdles all around the track ahead of the men's 400 metres hurdles. So no less than 5 heats, but the fastest heat is the first one, meeting record of 48:40 by Mamadou Kassahan of France back in 2017. It'll be difficult to see these men approaching that, but we do have some good performers in there as well. So in lane 2, on the inside, we have Seamus Derbyshire. Just on his outside, the 3 times German champion, Constantin Price. On his outside in lane 4, also from Germany, Emil Aguiyekom. El Salvador record holder, Pablo Ibanez. And last year's World Championships and Olympic Games finalist, Alessandro Sibilio. 47.93, the fastest man in this field. On the outside, the current Swiss number 1, Danny Brand. Also a sub-49 man, 48.98, his personal best. And the third German in this heat, on the outside, Joshua Abuaku, 48.55, his personal best. So from the inside as they settle into their blocks. From lane 2, it's Derbyshire of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Price of Germany, Aguiyekom of Germany, Ibanez of El Salvador, Sibilio, Italy, Brand of Switzerland, and Abuaku of Germany. Well, on the outside, at the moment, it's Brand running well. Just on his inside, though, Sibilio looking very strong at this stage. Aguiyekom. In lane 4, doing well at this stage as well. But now it's Sibilio. Out in lane 6, 3 abreast, Aguiyekom, Sibilio, and Abuaku. But now Sibilio pulling away off that last hurdle, showing his class as the fastest man in the field, and coming through to take it in a meeting record of 48.25. Well, Wasn't sure he was in that sort of form at this stage in the season. He's looking further down the line to performing well at the World Championships. Of course, he's also part of the Italian 4x400 metre relay teams, but an excellent run at this stage in the season for Alessandro Sibilio. 48.23 the time's revised down to. Just wondering whether we'll see any personal best behind them as we look at the replay. This stage, Sibilio not really showing very strongly, but he does come through very well down the home straight. I think it was Abuaku who got up there for second place. So we quickly move along. Montefalcone, Gabriele Montefalcone hasn't broken 50 seconds so far this year. There's results, meeting record 48.23. Abuaku just outside his best, 48.67. So in lane 2, Gabriele Montefalcone. Season's best, just 100th outside of his personal best. Ramsey Angela, 49.07. It's really just started to come through as a 400 metre hurdler. Concentrated on the flat for a long time. Part of the Dutch 4x400 metre bronze medal winning quartet from last year in Munich. Now the Dutch record holder, Julian Watrin. Gold medal indoors in Istanbul. Alistair Chalmers, third in the Commonwealth Games last year. Julian Bonvin, quite in the sort of form that took him to a personal best of 49.10 a couple of years ago. Yasmani Copello, third in the Olympic Games, the Turk, back in 2016. 35 years of age, Copello. And on the outside, Abdelmak Lahulu, the Algerian record holder. So from the inside we have Montefalcone of Italy in lane 2, Ramsey Angela 3, Julian Watrin, the Belgian record holder, in 4, Alistair Chalmers, Julian Bonvin, Yasmani Copello, and on the outside Abdelmalek Lahulu. Let's see if Watering can convert his form from 2022 and his indoor speed into a really promising run outdoors. At the moment, it's Bonvin running well. He's right up on the shoulder of Capello, closing him down on the inside. Watering is just coming into camera shot, and he's running well as well at the moment. On the outside, Lahulu running extremely well. He's in the lead at the moment. Capello's had a good bend, coming back into contention. Watering starting to fade as Lahulu now pulls away. 48.95. The man who finished second at last year's African Championships. Good run from Adelmak Lahulu. 48.91 given us. Capello 49.25. Angela 49.72. See here, it's Lahulu really starting to exert his authority on that race around the midway point in the race, coming into the last bend and over the final 4 hurdles. Lahulu, very impressive indeed. Now 31 years of age, Rahulu. All African Games winner back in 2015. Personal best of 48.39 coming at the World Championships in 2019. Just wondering whether that's due for some revision this year with another World Championships coming up. So now we move on to the third of these races. Chris McAllister, 49.16. This, of course, a fine meeting for getting personal bests. Naheim Yerger, another man under 50 seconds in his career. Personal best of 49.88, the Swiss man in lane 5. Bassem Hamida of Qatar. And another Swiss man, Matteo Tajana. The Swiss have got quite a large group of athletes under 50 seconds. It's the sort of meeting where we could well see some of them move on to a slightly higher plane. So from the inside in lane 2. Lane 1 not being used very often at this meeting. It's quite a tight bend, this Stade de Bout de Monde. So from lane 2, Inglet of Switzerland to Czech Republic, McAllister, Great Britain, Yerger, Switzerland, Hamida, Qatar, Tajana of Switzerland, and Laurie of Scotland. At this stage, it's Hamida, the Qatari, doing well. Also on his inside, Jürgen having a good run at this stage as they're passing the men on their outside. Jürgen closing down on Hamida. Halfway point in the race. Jürgen now. He's the first to rise with 2 more hurdles to go. Jürgen looking very strong at this stage. On his inside, McAllister having a good run. Now Hamida finds another gear. And it's Hamida who pulls away off that last hurdle. McAllister coming through for second. Jürgen just drifting back, and you can see just a little bit behind the winner. Jürgen, disappointment etched all over his face. But a good run from Bassem Hamida. $49.68 for Hamida. Did it again. Jürgen at this stage doing very well. McAllister a little bit adrift, but comes through very strongly. Hamida pulling away though, looking very good over the final stages of the race. Now, McAllister, well, I think he was coming here hoping that he could get inside 50 seconds, but the only man in that race, Bassem Hamida. So the fourth of 5 races. Carl Bennett on the inside, the Australian. In lane 3, George Seary. Another man from the LC Zurich club. Very large contingent. Martin Mayer in lane 4, Joshua Folds in lane 5, Maranga Makaya, Great Britain in 6, Mohammed Al Muawi, Saudi Arabia in 7, and Imad Hamouche out in lane 8. So just 6 men in this race. Once again, the target for many of these men, personal bests or going under 50 seconds. Kaya's been close to that this year with 50.33. Fastest man on current form is the Briton in lane 6 at the moment. So from the inside, Bennett, Seary, Maya, Folds, Makaya, Al Muawi, and Hamouche. Athletes just told to stand up. It seems to have been a fault. Somber music echoes out across the Stade de Bout du Monde. settle down once again. So it's Bennett from Australia. In lane 3, Siri, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Maya, Switzerland, Folds of Britain as well. Makaya, the third Briton in this race. Al-Mawahi of Saudi Arabia. And Himouche, just over the border in Annecy, representing France. And it is Makaya who's coming away very quickly indeed. Makaya having a good run at this stage. Clearly in the lead. Flying past his opponents. Hurdling very nicely. Slight stutter there from Makaya. Makaya comes in to the home straight. A clear leader. Maya as well, running well at the moment. Makaya starting to tire, just very slightly. Siri coming through strongly on his inside, but it is Makaya. Just a fraction outside of his personal best. Makaya. Do believe wearing the colours of Oxford University Athletic Club. Here we do look again at the race, and it is a very convincing win for Makaya. Looked at one point as though he was under threat, particularly from the fast finishing Siri. The third and final, I should say, the fifth and final heat. Just 4 men in this race. Kevin Mina of Colombia on the inside. Samuel Kokos, Switzerland on his outside. 2 more Swiss men, Lars Widmer and Tobias Eberhard. settle down. Just a reminder once again. It's Mina, Kokoz, Vidmer and Eberhardt. That's from the inside to the outside lanes, 3 to 7 being used. So Vidmar at the moment, running well. Coming up on his shoulder though, Kokoz. Oh, struggling at this stage. Mina's getting up this halfway point in the race onto the shoulders of the Swissmen on the outside. Kokoz coming through. Kokoz just battling through, holding off Mina. Home victory goes to Samuel Kokoz, 27 years of age. Personal best of 51.99 from just a little bit earlier this summer, running that in Bâle 2 weeks ago. $51.97, so shaves 200ths off his personal best. So a big smile from Samuel Kokoz. Running well at this stage. Also the Colombian Mina on his inside. Mina looking very determined at this stage, but Kokoz just hurdling that final flight a lot better. Just managing to maintain his impetus all the way down through to the line. Confirmation. Samuel Kokoz, it's a personal best of 51.97. You're wondering how things are going in the field? Well, at the moment we're up to 178. We've only lost one jumper, Nadia Luthi, and on cue. There's Ngondo. Their second attempt. 178. 3 women over so far. That's Goosens, Lang and Skelton. Emily Borthwick made hard work at 174. Only getting it on a third attempt. Does look as though there's a little bit of wind out there. It's quite warm, but it is a rather sultry, overcast. So Somalecki. Best last year, 1m90. She's nicely over at 178. Becky celebrates her 23rd birthday, indeed, on Tuesday. So a nice early birthday present. She was a World Junior, World Under-20 Championships silver medalist back in 1978. Now Emily Borthwick. Had a few problems at the earlier height. Hasn't really been jumping well since last summer. Brings the bar down there. That's not a good jump from Emily Borthwick. So Ngongo again coming in. 2 failures for Ngongo. She slithers over at the 3rd time of asking. Tickles the bar. But Maritha Ngongo lives to fight another day and will stay in this competition with the bar going up to probably go up to 1.81 m. I have to say that because the heights I've been given, the height progression is somewhat different from what we're actually seeing out in the field, as we switch our attention now to the women's 400 metres hurdles. We saw there Eleonora Marciando, stalwart of the Italian 4x400 metre teams, Hannah Kleiss, so a very fine relay runner as well. The newly minted Finnish national record holder, 54.40, Lehekonen ran a week ago. Victoria Thachuk, second in the European Championships last summer in Munich, the Ukrainian, on her outside Kathleen Peters of the Netherlands, part of the Dutch 4x400 metres team that won gold indoors in Istanbul earlier this year. And on the outside, Yasmin Geiger, 55.25. That dates back a few years, but she's returning to form with 55.48. Hayley McLean on the outside, 55.48 for McLean. So just 3 heats compared to the 5 for the men, but very high quality first heat. Marciando in lane 2. Then we have Kleiss of Belgium, Lehekonen Finland, Thachuk Ukraine, Peters of the Netherlands, Geiger of Switzerland, and McLean, Great Britain, Northern Ireland on the outside. McLean running well at this stage on the outside. Can't see anybody on her inside. Also running well, Peters. McLean. Good run at the moment from McLean, but also running well on the inside. Thachuk and Lehekonen. Coming into the home straight. A few stutters there. Just wondering whether there was a bit of wind gusting through the trees at that point. But it's Lehekonen looking good at this stage. Lehekonen's got the beating of Thachuk. Also running well, Hannah Kleiss. Lehekonen now starting to overstride slightly. Kleiss coming through. And victory goes to the Belgian in those final few strides. Thachuk also coming through to take 2nd place. And the long-time race leader, Lehekonen, just runs out of steam off that final hurdle. Excellent run there from Hannah Kleiss. Just waiting for confirmation of the time. Personal best of 54.74. Excellent run from Hannah Kleiss. She'll be well pleased with that. Kleiss coming through so strongly. She's using Leah Conan on her outside as a target. And that augurs well for Hannah Kleiss indeed. Kleiss now 31 years of age. Just missed out on medals with the Belgian 4x400 meter relay team. Good personal best for her. Went under 55 seconds for the first time a little while ago last weekend. She's made 2 improvements on her personal best in successive weeks, the Belgian. So now the second of 3 heats. There's Lambert Kiley. I wonder if she's going to be motivated by what she's just seen there from her compatriot Valerie Cabezas. Her inside. There's another Belgian, Nina Hespel, Eileen Demez, Jessica Tappin, Great Britain, and just getting ahead of ourselves, there's Tappin, saw Nora Enardi. Portuguese record holder Vera Barbosa, 52.22. Not running in that sort of form now. And on the side, Marielle Kleemeyer of Estonia. Marken's been running well. She was 3rd in the African Championships last year. Multiple hurdles titles for the Moroccan, both over 100 metres hurdles and the 400 metres hurdles. So it's Noura Enardi in lane 5 to keep an eye on, but from the inside, Kylie of Belgium, Cabezas of Colombia, Hespel of Belgium, Demes Germany, Enardi of Morocco, Tappin of Great Britain, Barbosa of Portugal, Kleemeyer of Estonia. So running well at the moment is Jessica Tappin on Enardi's outside. So keep an eye on lanes 5 and 6. Well, Tappin out very quickly at this stage as well. Barbosa up on the shoulder of Kleemeyer, but the action's all happening behind them, I think. Enardi struggling at the moment. Tappin now as Demes flying down the home straight, so it's the German doing well at this stage in lane 4. Barbosa's starting to drift back now. It's Demes flying away at the moment. This is looking as though it's a very good run. Enardi calling her back though. So Enardi gets back to her very quickly. Enardi looked as though she was out of it down the back straight. Still had plenty of tank as she came home to take the win. So Nora Nardi, 55.66, a personal best for her. That again is a slightly erratic race from the Moroccan, but came up with the goods in the end. Here she is, a long way back. See there in the maroon singlet, but down the home straight, really battling, and overtakes Eileen Demis on her inside. Good performance there from Nora Nardi. So very quickly out, the women. She's run very efficiently this Geneva meeting. Third and final heat of the women's 400 meters hurdles. On the inside, it's Nora Vold. Melody Bohm. So as you can see from the times, the weaker of the three heats. Rebecca Sartori, by far and away the best of the competitors in this heat. Emily Newnham, Martha Radlinson the Dane, and Karen Dish. From the inside, it's Vold in lane 3, Bohm, Sartori, Newnham, Rasmussen, and Dish. Rebecca Sartori competes for the famed Fiamma Oro Padova Club. Just missed out on European under-20 medals back in 2019 when she finished 4th. Did go to last year's World Championships. This stage though, Rasmussen running well, Sartori clawing back the deficit very quickly, and Sartori, nice crisp hurdling. Sartori, very good running indeed from the Italian. Comfortably in the lead at this stage, although Vold is running well at the moment in lane 3, but there's no doubt at all it is Sartori. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, about a second outside of a personal best coming almost a year to the day. 55.40, 56.42 unofficially for Sartori. A good win for the Italian. rise to 56.39. So the unofficial times we've seen are about 1 or 2 hundredths, usually a bit slower than the official times. Just see the play of the race. So the bar's gone up to 1.84 m. 4 women in the competitions: Goossens, Lang, Leckie and Skelton. This is Salome Lang, Swiss record holder at 197. She's happy. She's had injury problems over the course of the last year, but a clean slate here. Meeting record is 193 from 2 years ago by Emily Borthwick, who's gone out in the early stage of this competition. Borthwick struggling, best of only 174 in this competition. So good performance there from Salome Lang, looking as though she's got a height or two more still in her legs. Now Imogen Skelton, the New Zealander, had a few problems at 174. Now, just drops her shoulder, crashes into it. Skelton, 2 more jumps for her. I should say 1 more jump. So Leckie. Not that far away from Deirdre Ryan's Irish national record these days. Leckie brings the bar down. So, 2 failures for Summer Leckie, the world under-20 silver medalist. So 3rd and final attempt for Imogen Skelton. So not to be for Skelton. So still Zita Goossens and Salome Lang over at this height of 184. To attempt this height. Now determined, just sort of throws herself into the air. Summer Leckie brings the bar down. She departs with a best of 181. She'll finish 3rd in this competition, but Zita Goossens of Belgium and Salome Lang still continue, with the bar going up to 1.87 m. And I'm sure we'll see some of these women again, like Lecky, competing in the European Team Championships coming up in 2 weeks' time. And of course is unique. It's part of the European Games, and all 3 divisions will be held at the same venue over the course of the week. Third division, well, that's going to be in the mornings of the first 3 days, from the 20th to the 22nd. Second division in the evenings on the same days, once again Tuesday through to Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday and Sunday in the evenings it's the first division, bringing together the top national teams of Europe. So, Zita Goossens, first attempt at 1.87 meters. Not that far away. Her first failure of the competition, having come in at 1.70 meters and a clean, flawless record all the way up to this height. Now the turn of Salome Lang. Just brings it down, not that far away at all. Oh, Lang has got a very good competitive record. Talking about the European Team Championships, well, Lang won the old First League. It's now being combined into a whole different format for Switzerland with 196 back in 2021. Turn of Goossens. Belgium just preparing herself. Once again, not that far away, had the height. Looked as though she was taking off a little bit too far. So second attempt for Goossens. Now Lang. Lang's been struggling a little bit this season. Had a great year in 2021. She set that national record of 1.97 and had some very good performances as well in the mid 190s. Not quite at that level at the moment. This Lang's fourth competition of the year. Cleared 187, her season's best in Bâle last month. Struggled a little bit in a couple of other competitions subsequently. Quick into the bar. Gets good height, but just comes down onto it. More of a technical issue than anything. It's not looking as though the meeting record from 2 years ago, 193, is going to be challenged, but we'll give you the update on the women's high jump shortly, as we now turn our attention back to the track. It's now the men's 400 metres. So we saw Gilles Bidon in lane 2. European Championships finalist from last year. Lionel Spitz in lane 3. Close to his personal best recently in a meeting in France. 45.79. Former European under-23 champion Thomas Hourier. Now the very good Botswana, and he's gone under 45 seconds this year. Leongo Scotch. And then very good Swiss, should say Dutch athlete, Marvin Bonavaccia, part of Dutch 4x400 relay teams. On his outside, Josie Pryor of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Skipped over him, got the wrong caption in lane 5 is the really quick, the quickest man in this field at 44.91. Hussein Colin Kebenatchipi, the Botswanan, and the African junior champion and African under-20 record holder at 44.91. So 44.99 is the meeting record held by Martin Rooney. Time he set back in 2010. Can they approach that sort of time? Well, it is the Botswanan Kebenatchipi who's out quickest. Also on his outside, Scotch, running well at the moment. On his inside though, Gilles Bidon, very good. And at this stage, it's Scotch just with a very slight advantage over Bonavaccia and his compatriot on the inside. Kebenatchipi, but it's Scotch coming through. Scotch meeting record 44.85 and a personal best for the Botswanan. A superb run from the Botswanan. Well, Scotch on his European tours looked good in his couple of early season meetings, including in Montreux a week or so ago. He's come back and looked very strong in Geneva this afternoon. Well, I think his PB is history now. 44.82 is the confirmed time. He's taken a 10th off it. Scotch ran a really hard race over the first 200 metres and just hung on. As on his inside, Kebenatchipi, and on his outside, Bonavaccia came through. So a meeting record and a personal best for Leongo Scotch. Kebenatchipi under 45 seconds as well. So it's a Botswana 1 and 2. And Gilles Bidon and James Breyer a bit further back. Both get personal bests. As I say, if you want to keep up with all the results from this meeting, go to www.european-athletics.com. You've got a link there which will take you to the live results page of this meeting. Ben Higgins on the inside. Very impressive teenager, Edward Folds in lane 3. Another Briton, Rio Mitchum. Isaiah Boers. And then Yusuf Mashari. Well, Mashari, back in the day, talking about 2015, ran under 44 seconds. Not in that sort of form at the moment, though, the Saudi Arabian. On the outside, Benoit Mudio Priso. From lane 2, Higgins and Folds, both from Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Patrick Schneider, Germany. Rio Mitchum, Britain. Isaiah Boers of the Netherlands. Yusuf Masari of Saudi Arabia. And on the outside, Benoit Mudio Priso. Looking at Isaiah Boers at the moment, running very well indeed. Boers coming out very strongly, overtaking in the first 150 metres the two men outside him. Boers, very fluent, very relaxed style. Mitchum running well as well at the moment. Mitchum just behind him. He was out of camera shot for the first half of the race. Folds running well. This is a very good run from some of these men. Higgins on the inside. Now Mitchum starting to step up. 50 metres to go and it's Mitchum starting to pull away. .45.60 for Rio Mitchum. There we go. Man from the Midlands competes for famous British club Birchfield Harriers. A student, part of the British gold medal winning 4x400 metres team from Munich last year. I made that a personal best by almost half a second for Mitchum. Now we look at Salome Lang. She managed to get over 187 with her third and final attempt. The only woman left in the competition. Now attempting 190, a season's best for the Swiss record holder. Oh, and nicely done. Excellent. Well, it all fell into place. It's been an erratic competition for Lang. But second attempt and she gets over. That'll give her a lot of confidence. Let's look at that victory for Mitchum again. Good personal best for Mitchum. Oh, looks like we might be staying with the high jump. So Jokindobo, and on his outside, Jonathan Secours, two men who know each other very well from the Netherlands and Belgium. Lane 3, Anthony Pasela, Botswana, Isaac Makwala, former African champion. Terence Agard and Hunter Woodhall of the Netherlands and the US respectively. And on the outside, Reese Holder of Australia. So small Australian contingents have also made their way to Geneva. Australian athletes dotted around Europe in anticipation of the World Championships, either continuing their preparations for Budapest or trying to get qualifying marks. So from the inside, lane 2, it's Dobber of the Netherlands, Secours of Belgium, Pesalo of Botswana, his compatriot Makwala on his outside, Agard of the Netherlands, Woodhall of United States, and Holder of Australia in the outside on lane 8. Well, that's Woodhall. Sorry, I should say Holder on the outside in lane 8. Streaking away from Woodhall at the moment, but there's a lot going on behind him. This is Terence Agard of the Netherlands running well. And coming through strongly, it's the veteran Isaac Makwala. Third in the Olympic Games. Oh, Woodhall though just comes back at him over the final stretch. Keep saying Woodhall. Holder has a very good run from Reese Holder. Holder a personal best of 45.65. As we now look at Salome Lang, the bar goes up to 192. At 25 years of age, 10 national high jump titles indoors and out. Bar comes down for the first time.
Great pleasure to see you. Oh, thank you very much. Tell us, in what shape are you?
Last time she went over this height was back in 2021. Didn't get to those sort of heights last year.
Yes, what's the big goal for this season? I don't have any big goal because I'm not playing football to my championship. So last time they just played for the season, finish the season. So I think so far so good. I'll see you in la chance. Alors, il va revenir, il n'a pas de grande but pour cette année, il n'y en a pas au championnat du monde. Par contre, il sera là le 2 juillet au meeting rally sprint de la
fourth of 5 heats. Here's Knut Waardenburg of the Netherlands. Outside. Engine of Belgium, Daniel Putman, the large British contingent who've made their way to Geneva, as they always seem to do. Carvel and Thompson, Great Britain, Northern Ireland. And on the outside in lane 7, Al-Shirani of Saudi Arabia. Much really to choose between these athletes. The British trio on the middle lanes, always strong competitors. Charlie Carvel, still 18 years of age, in lane 5. British hopes for the European Under-20 Championships in August. It's Thompson leading the way though in lane 6. He's having a good run in this early stage of the race. Carvel also doing well at this stage, and it is indeed the 3 Britons, Putnam, Carvel and Thompson. Now it's Putnam starting to show good form. Putnam. Putnam striding out from 150 metres. He really did look as though he was doing very well indeed, and he's pouring it on at this stage. Carvel comes through strongly on the lane inside for second place. Congratulations for Daniel Putnam, 46.06. Season's best for the Briton. This stage, Thompson's looking very, very good indeed. Coming through very strongly over the second half of the race, Daniel Putnam. So 46.02, personal best Putnam. Carvel, as I said, just 18 years of age, equaling his personal best with 46.48. Good run from Lee Thompson. So it's Britain 1, 2, 3 in that heat of the men's 400 metres. One heat though to go. Two, it's Ishak Sharoud, the Annecy Club. Far for it to come. Sana Rower. Should have been lane 2, lane 3, but we're missing him. Nick Stolder, Swiss athlete from Bern. Eddie Leach, another Annecy Club member. And the third Frenchman in this final heat, Brian Pascal. So it's Stalder doing very well at this stage at the moment. Swiss athlete. He's well in the lead. He's halfway point in the race. Leach has come back at him a bit, and so too has the other man from NSC, Sherwood on the inside, but it's Stalder pulling away now. Well-timed race for Stalder. Third attempt at 192 for Salome Lang. Swiss record holder at 197. The height was there, just left her legs wrapped around the bar. But she's getting back to some sort of form, the type of form that took her over 197 in 2021. So Salome Lang wins. It's 500 euros. Every winner gets a check for 500 euros in addition to, in a few cases, a little bit of appearance fees. Saw the men's 400 metres, 5 heats of that. We now move on to the women's 400 metres. Well, we saw a meeting record in the first of the 5 heats from Leongo Scotch, taking the meeting record down to 44.82. Botswana hold the current women's meeting record, thanks to Christina Logetswe. Apologise for a slight mispronunciation. 50.89 to the Botswanan from 2018. This is Gabby Scott of Puerto Rico. Scott's personal best. This is a very good heat indeed. Levi Nielsen. Nielsen been in good form recently. There's Suzanne Gogowali, recent personal best of 50.90. She's closing in on Carolina Caffer's Austrian record, which has stood since 1980. Katia Azevedo, the 2018 Ibero-American champion. Lada Vondrova, reigning European under-23 champion from 2021. Martina Weil of Chile in lane 7. Seems familiar. She's the daughter of the famous Chilean shot putter Gert Weil and his Colombian, now Chilean wife, who's vice president of the World Athletics, Chimino Restrepo. Restrepo, of course, won Colombia's first ever Olympic medal back in 1992. So some good genes there for Martina Weil in lane 7. Laura Müller of Germany in lane 8. Now they call back. Well, Gogowali lane 4. Recently ran her personal best of 50.90 in that French meeting about 10 days ago in Monterey. Saying about Gogol Wally's personal best. I thought it was Monterey. I just looked it up. I was actually watching the meet. I was in Horzo last weekend. It was the first outing of the outdoor season for the Austrian. I didn't see who was at fault there, so it'd be interesting to see what the judges do. Maybe they'll offer a green card for a faulty start. It's the first false start we've had, faulty start we've had today. It's looking as though it's the, well, that's not Cabinet Chippy. It's looking as though it is Lada Vondrova who was given the yellow card. Cabinet Chippy, of course, running in the very first heat of the men's 400 metres. So Vondrova warned to stay steady in her blocks. So, from the inside, as they settle down, you can see them from the rear. Gabby Scott of Puerto Rico in lane 2. Then Levi Nielsen, Suzanne Gogol-Wally of Austria, Katia Esvedo, Lada Vondrova, Martina Weil, and on the outside, Laura Mueller. So at the moment, well, we're only looking at the men and I should say the women in front. Weil having a good outing at the moment. I think she's probably really pushed it too hard at this stage. On her inside is what's happening. Weil doing well at the moment. Vondrova now coming up. Weil going backwards and coming through strongly. Gogol-Wally battling as they did in Horzo. Vondrova gets the verdict though this time. And it's Gogol-Wally on the inside. 2 lanes through inside who has to settle for second this time. So Martina Weil out in lane 7, had a very good first half of the race. In the end, coming through very strongly down the home straight. Lada Vondrova, reigning European under-23 champion, gets the verdict. 51.14, just outside her personal best. A good run from Lada Vondrova. Sure we'll see her pulling on check singlet. Gogol-Wally also just fractionally outside her personal best, 3/10 outside her personal best. Levi Nielsen coming through strongly, a bit unheralded in that race, 51.43. Prague athlete. Good run from her. Just about a 10th outside her best from last year. Even quicker, I think, just about a 100th outside her personal best, which was set last year. Well, we're actually looking at the second heat, and in lane 2, that's Zoe Sedney. Already seen Zoe Sedney in the 4x100 metres. Sedney now moving up to 400. There's Macaulay in lane 2, Salberg of the Netherlands, then Julia Sen in lane 5 for the Swiss, Fanny Peltier 7, Hannah Ponnet, Belgian, on the outside, second Belgian, Naomi van der Broek. Some very good quality races here in Geneva. From the inside, Sedney, Macaulay, Salberg, Sen, Peltier, Ponnet and van der Broek. So we're looking out on the outside, van der Broek and Ponnet. LTA coming into shot. Now Julia Sen coming through. Running very strongly though on the inside. Salberg coming through strongly. Ooh. Was that Macaulay? I think that was Macaulay coming through. So Caris Macaulay. Absolutely smashing her personal best. Well, that's Naomi van der Broek. Didn't really play much of a part of the race. Yes, as Zoe Sedney tires, Caris Macaulay comes through to get a big personal best there. 51.57. Just behind her, Naomi van der Broek. 52 exactly. I was expecting something a little bit better from Eveline Salberg. Somebody who's been part of many of the Dutch successes at 4x400 metres. 52.35 for Salberg. quickly along to the third heat. Phil Healy, our outside in lane 3. Julia Niederberger. Jessie Knight, better known as a 400-metre hurdler, but good on the flat. Sky. Well, we were expecting to see the Frenchwoman in lane 5. We move on. Katerina Kapiuk, perhaps the favourite from Ukraine. Inka Vavait in lane 7, and Alicia Schmidt on the outside. Very talented 400-metre runner, known as, of course, many of you will know her as well for her social media presence. So, Phil Healy of Ireland, Julia Niederberger of Switzerland, Jessie Knight, Great Britain, Miss Lane 5, Katerina Kapiuk of Ukraine in 6, Imke Vavait, Belgium, and on the outside, Elisa Schmidt of Germany. Now Vavait at the moment, clawing back some of the deficit on Schmidt on her outside. She's coming into shot. Karpiuk, but Vavait at the moment running well. Karpiuk, Ukrainian. Jessie Knight on their inside. A lot of these women having good runs. Knight and Niederberger doing well at this stage. Now Knight coming through strongly. Good win for Jessie Knight. So 51.84, a big personal best for Jessie Knight there. Member of the Windsor Slough and Eton Club. He's run 51.57 indoors. Did that in Glasgow back in 2020. But that's an outdoor personal best for the Briton. As I say, best known as a 400-metre hurdler. Coming through very strongly. That'll be very pleasing for her. Made the semi-finals of the World Championships last year. Obviously be trying to go one better this time around, and personal best for the first 3 women home. Imke Vavait and Julia Niederberger as well. Vavait breaking 52 seconds as well for the first time in her life. So a good trip to Geneva, a worthwhile trip for Jessie Knight. Also made the semi-finals of the European Championships last year. 5th in the Commonwealth Games. What was a busy summer in 2020 for Jessie Knight. So, the 4th and final heat. We saw Natasha Harrison of Great Britain, Rebecca Borga of Italy, Lacana Lacoste, France, and that was Roisin Harrison of Ireland, Andrea Boomer of the Netherlands, Michel Grubli of Switzerland, and on the outside, the Dutchwoman, Britt de Blauw.
Wenn du ohne 2 auskommst, wäre es super jetzt gleich am Start. Hinweis. So.
Settle into their blocks. On the inside, Harrison, Borger, Lacoste, Harrison, Boomer, Grubli, and de Blauw. So in fact, this was advertised as just 4 heats. It looks like we're going to have a 5th heat. Madeleine de Price, Canada. On the inside, Sukamba Silla of France, Seren Bundy Davis, Britain, Northern Ireland, Eleanor Fudraz of Italy, Laura De Witt, Louise Maraval, and on the outside, Marjorie Vessier. they settle down. Price, Silla, Bundy Davis, Foudraz de Witt, Maraval, and Versière. Maraval at the moment doing very well out in lane 7. There's Bundy Davis doing well. Seren Bundy Davis won many honours with the British 4x4 quartet. Bundy Davis. Well, Madeleine Price has come through very strongly on the inside. That's a big surprise. And on the outside, Versière. Well, coming through strongly. She ran a good first 100 and then a good last 100. Versière from the Clermont Club. Will be a personal best for Versière. Went to the European Championships last year, the French winner. There we see her on the outside being pressed by Maraval. Part of their team. So 52.57 for Versière, takes 2/100ths of a second off her personal best as we now move on to the 6th and final heat. As I said, this was advertised as just 4 heats, but big entrance and a few last minute arrivals. So Alderson of Great Britain in lane 2. Wheel Switzerland, Skier Germany, Sarah King of Switzerland, and then Naomi Salaman and Lorraine Jali. Just 6 runners in this heat. Seen some very good performances already, not least of which was Lada Vondrova winning the very first heat. Vondrova winning in 51.14. The Czech winner of the first heat. 1/100ths outside her personal best and just a couple of tenths outside the meeting record. As they settle into their blocks. Alderson, Uilla, Skier, King, Salamin and Chali. Been asked to stand up, compose themselves. So the second time of asking for the 6th heat in this women's 400 metres. from the inside, Alderson, Ueli, Skier, King, Salomon and Chali. Running very well at this stage. It's the Frenchwoman on the outside, Lorene Chiali. Sarah King, the Swiss runner in lane 4, also having a good race at the moment. On her inside, Scottish Skier of Germany. And it's Skier now really starting to pick up the pace around the bend, closing down on the women on her outside. Skier hits the front coming off the bend. Piece of the famous SCC Berlin club. Now striding away, take the win. 53.12 for the German. Sixth winner of the women's 400 metres. It's really over the second half of the race that Skier made an impression. Going to be a big outdoor best for her. Has run quicker indoors. She ran 52.93 in Dortmund indoors. Nevertheless, huge outdoor personal best for Skier. Confirms her good form from the indoors season. The best for Salomon as well. So best a little bit further back for Huil of Switzerland. So that concludes the women's 400 metres. So this is a long programme. This goes all the way through to 18:30 local time in Geneva, Central European time. This long jump just about to get underway. Some very good athletes indeed. It's entirely possible that the venerable meeting record of 8:23, which has stood to the Frenchman Emmanuel Banguet from 1998, may just possibly be under threat. We've already seen, well, several meeting records, all notably that 44.82 from the younger Scotch in the women's 400 metres. So, a lot to look forward to over the course of the next 4 hours or so. Very shortly, the men's pole vault will also get underway. next event on the track is going to be the men's 100 metres, and there's going to be 6 heats of that. There's the rest of the schedule for the day. And the men's 100 metres, well, the fastest 8 men will go into the A final, and the next fastest 8 men will go into the B final. It's all the way through to 8 o'clock local time. Running just a little bit behind schedule at the moment. We're running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but it's entirely possible we'll pick up a bit further down the line. We do have a bit of a hiatus on the track after the men's and women's 100 metre heats before we get into the sprint hurdles races. Men are preparing themselves. We'll just take a very brief break from commentary for a couple of minutes. Well, we just saw the Colombian, Carlos Palacios Murillo, and Timar Burnett, very good Dutchman in lane 2. Cameroon record holder Emmanuel Esame. He was running very well in Horzo as well recently. This is Ronel Longa Mosquera, another very good Colombian. Rafael Bouchou, European under-20 champion, over 100 metres. Ryan Zeze. Zeze in fine form, was running well in Montreal. Now one of 4 men who's gone under 10 seconds in his career, Arthur Cisse, Ivory Coast. Oh, we're missing Bouchou. So just 5 men in this heat. Burnett of the Netherlands, Esame of Cameroon, Longo of Colombia, Zeze of France, and Cisse of Leroy. It's on the outside, it's Cisse as expected, but coming through strongly the Cameroonian on the inside. Esame. 10.06 for Esame. Only 300ths outside of his personal best. So the muscular Cameroonian, based in France, well, the infield announcer seems to be as confused as I am over who the winner is. I thought it was Esame, but yeah, Esame looking very good there. Cameraman thinks it's Bouchou, but I'm pretty convinced it was Esame just pipping Cisse on the line. And there's confirmation, 10.05. An excellent performance from Emmanuel Esame. Can he go into sub-10 territory later on in the final? Just to flag up, those A and B finals will be coming up later on. 16:40 local time, so keep an eye on that. As I say, top 8, the 8 fastest men go through to the final. We missed the Colombians and the Saudi Arabians. What happened to them? Cisse in 4th with 10.28. I think that'd be good enough to see him through to the A final. It's just a matter of time though. I've been watching Esame for about two years, ever since I first saw him at the Commonwealth Games last summer. I think he's ready to join that elite club and go under 10 seconds. Just a matter of time. It's warm out there in the Stade de Bout de Monde, but it is overcast. It's a little bit humid. We are expecting just the slightest rainfall a bit later on this afternoon as we get towards about 3 o'clock local time. It's about 22 degrees, just a bit close. But that won't bother these sprinters, they like it. Hot and humid. So now the second heat. Tobias Larsson on the inside lane. Adam Thomas already ran in the relay a little bit earlier. Pascal Mancini, Israel Olatunde in there. Timothy Mumantala, local man from Geneva. Dino Adagoke, another sub-10 man at best. Then the two men occupying the outside lines, Enrico Gontet and Joris van Gool. And on the outside, Van Gool, well, medalist at the 2019 European Indoor Championships, over 60 metres. A packed field here, full complement of 8 lanes occupied, unlike the previous heat. From the inside, Larsen of Denmark, Thomas of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Mancini of Switzerland, Olatunde of Ireland, Mumental of Switzerland, Adagoke, Nigeria, and Gunter, Switzerland, and on the outside, Van Gool of the Netherlands. A very even break. Mancini, always a quick starter, doing well at the moment. Mancini in the lead, but coming through strongly on the inside. It was Thomas, but then on his outside, Olatunde picked it up over the final 10 metres. I think that verdict will double check. There was Mancini, who was the quick starter, and he looked as though he was doing really well at 50 metres. Mancini, plenty of credentials as an indoor 60-metre runner, but it was indeed Israel Olatunde, somewhat slower than the first heat at 10:32. I think Olatunde can look forward to racing again in the A final though. So it's Mancini. Thomas just gets himself in front between about 60 and 80 metres, and then charging through was Israel Olatunde of Ireland. Olatunde, perhaps one of the favourites for the European Under-23 title when we go to Espoo in Finland next month. European Under-23 Championships. That'll be held in Finland. And of course, it'll be live streamed through the European Athletics YouTube channel and also on the Eurovision platform, Eurovision Sport platform, All Athletics. Looks like Medwin Odomatin going through his paces there. I'm not sure those results are correct, I have to be honest. I think when we looked at that time of Israel Olatunde's 10:32, that made a bit more sense than what we just saw on the screen there. Don't like to be critical of local organisers because without them these events wouldn't be happening, but I don't think that result was correct. However, you can check for the up-to-date live results on the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com. So on the inside, well, Colombians who were supposed to be running in the first heat went AWOL, but we do have Neca Jesus Abelo Sanchez. $10.39 man this year. On the inside, the Colombian. There we go. It is quite sunny out there, periodically. This is Fahad Al-Sabai of Saudi Arabia. Neskak Ekpo of the Netherlands. The British-based Asian 60 metres indoor champion, Imran Rahman, representing Bangladesh. Hails from Sheffield though. Abdulaziz Atafe, Saudi Arabia. Medwin Odamitan, eligible for the European Under-20 Championships. Here's Krishan Aiken, wearing a Scotland vest, and on the outside, Lachlan Kennedy of Australia. Odamitan in lane 6 could be amongst the medal contenders when we get to those European Under-20 Championships. Just 19 years of age, the Briton in lane 6. But from the inside, it's Abelo Sanchez, Colombia, Abu Sabai of Saudi Arabia in 2, Ekpo, Netherlands, Rahman, Bangladesh, Atafe, Saudi Arabia, Odamitan, Great Britain, Aiken and then Kennedy. Running well at the moment is Abu Sabai in lane 2. The Saudi Arabian coming through strongly. 10.29 for the Saudi Arabian. Good win for the Saudi Arabian there. Again, good start from the tall Saudi Arabian, that really picks up well over the second half of the race. Looks like he will make it into the A final as well. It's one of the fastest 8. To the 4th of 6 heats. Sky's time officially confirmed as 10:28. So by my reckoning, you need to run faster than 10:30 to make it into the A final. What a tall call for these men. So from the inside, not sure we've got the Colombian there, who we should have in the inside lane. Anyway, from lane 2, oh, we do have the Colombian there. So we have Flores Angulo of Colombia in lane 1, Oosterwolde of the Netherlands in 2, Paulina also of the Netherlands in lane 3, then Moa Jock in 5, Martina of 6, O'Donnell in 7, and Ibrahim out in lane 8. And it is the Colombian who's striding away at the moment, but coming through strongly. Is that Moa Jock? Jock. And will be contesting the European Under-23 Championships as well. In the relays just a little bit earlier. Now, is his time quick enough to see him through to the final? (10:31). I think he just misses out on the A final, but he'll certainly get another run in the B final. So, Xavi Moa Jock. Coming through very well over the second half of the race. Just 4 men in this heat. I have to say, looking at the fact that there's a large number of gaps in this 6 races in the men's 100 metres, I think a redraw might have been feasible to make sure that we had all 8 lanes occupied. However, for the moment we have Sika Azuironde, Swiss-based man from the USA. Two Irishmen next to each other. We've got Joseph Ojewumi and Gabriel Kahinda. Then on the outside, 2 more Irishmen, Colin Doyle and Paul Costello. So we've got Sika Azuironde in lane 1, Joe Martin of Switzerland 2, 2 lanes empty, and then Joseph Ojewumi, Gabriel Kahinde, Colin Doyle and Paul Costello, all from Ireland, occupying the outside 4 lanes. Settling into the blocks. To get themselves in the A final, they need to run 10:30 or better. Maybe a bit of a tough call for these men. quickly now. And it's the man in lane 6, Kahinde, who's running well at this stage, but the field closed down on him. Kahinde looked as though he was going to be the winner for the first 80 metres. And the swirling wind has turned into their faces. Kahinde just hung on. Running well at this stage, just has the edge over Ojawumi on his inside. Now Ojawumi starting to fight back. I think Gabriel Kahinde hung on to take the victory in that 5th of 6 races in the men's 100 metres. Said, just to remind you, there will be A and B finals later on in the day. They'll be coming up at 16:40 local time in Geneva, 2 hours ahead of GMT. So now the 6th and final race. On the inside, we saw Alexis Hersiger, Jonathan Gugomez, Lausanne, Arnaud Verhage, 3 men from Switzerland, Melvin Seerman of Belgium, to the outside lanes, Joel Santos of Switzerland, and Killian Griffin on the outside from Ireland. Griffin's already running the relays, as have several of the men in the 6 heats of the men's 100 metres. Call back. Faulty start, I believe. as they get ready to go again. On the outside, it's Griffin going well. Also, Gugomez, and it's Gugomez who comes through to take the win. 10.55. Wind assisted. The breeze has come around on their backs. 2.7 meters per second. Gugomez is very pleased with that win. Gugomez, 18 years of age. It's all surprised to see him in action at the European Under-20 Championships, which are coming up in Jerusalem from the 7th to the 10th of August. Good technique there from Gugomez. Just wonder whether that's good enough to earn him a second run a bit later on. Possibly could just squeeze in, we'll wait and see, into that B final. Now it's the turn of the women 100 meters exponents. Just like the men, there will be A and B finals later on. Come up at 16:25 local time, back-to-back races. So the women don't have quite as quick a turnaround as the men. In fact, they're going to get barely an hour, whereas the men, especially if they were in the first couple of heats, get something around an hour and a half. Also just about to start in the field, the men's javelin as well. Just bringing you up to date, we've had Uzbekistan's Anvarov go out to 8 meters 22 in the men's long jump. Just 1 centimeter short of the meeting record. Isaac Parada of Cuba, 8:10. So good long jump competition going on. Now it's the women's 100 meters. Inside, Helen Roningen. Veronica Piera of Singapore, Natasha Kouni, who we saw earlier, and Ketia Sidhu, Geraldine Frey, Rani Rosius, Melissa Goodschmidt and Riley Day are the 8 women in this competition. So just as they settle down then. From the inside, it's Roningen of Norway, Pereira of Singapore, Kouni of Switzerland, Sido of the Netherlands, Fry of Switzerland, Rosius of Belgium, Goodschmidt of Switzerland, and Day of Australia. Well, there has to stand up. Seems like Geraldine Fry might have been twitching a little bit, but she gets away with it. Just see that there's no Engetia Sido. She did race in the relay earlier. Maybe just picked up a slight twinge in the relay, or maybe just felt didn't need to race. So they settled down for a second time. The first heat of 4 in the women's 100 metres. And it is Fry who's showing her class here. She's been chased down by Rosius though, and Rosius just nips past her as the line emerges. So it's Rosius, the Belgian, who wins. Look there from Fry. Rosius, 4th in the European indoor 60 metres. 11:29 for Rosius. Running well. Didn't get the best of starts for Rosius as we look at Geraldine Fry. Fry at this stage running extremely well and looked as though she was going to move clear of the field. Rosius put in that extra effort over the final 20-30 metres and just got by her Swiss rival. So we'll keep on an eye on the times and see what's required to make the A final a bit later on. With Natasha Cooney back down in 5th in around 11:53. I think probably around that sort of time is going to be needed from the runners in the remaining heats if they're to get into the A final. So there's the women in the second heat. From the inside, Melanie Bolaño Cassiani. Minga Bishop's in lane 2. Naomi Sedna in at 3. Maria van Hunenstein in 4. Salome Cora 5. Nia Wedderburn Goodison in 6. Jamily Samuel 7. And Rani Vinker in lane 8. And they've pulled them back again. Keep an eye on Wedderburn Goodison in lane 6. European under-18 champion last year. I remember watching her run in Jerusalem and I was very impressed. Now 18 years of age, the young Briton, and I think she could challenge for medals on the same track in Jerusalem, the Atleticageneve Stadium, this coming August at the European Under-20 Championships. Been some discussions. And a warning, maybe a warning to Colombian Melanie Bolaño Cassiani. Well, it's certainly not the Saudi Arabian who won Heat 5 of the settle down once again. On the inside, Bolaño Cassani of Colombia. Then we jump to lane 3, Sedney of Netherlands, Van Hunenstein Netherlands, Cora of Switzerland, Wedderburn Goodison, the reigning European under-18 champion for Great Britain, Samuel of the Netherlands, Vinker of Belgium. And it is Wedderburn Goodison who gets a good start now. Cora starting to come through. Also running well on their inside, Van Hunenstein. That's a good race, quick race. Looked like Cora, who despite not starting so well, came through quickly over the second half of the race. And cameraman and local director seem to concur with my view as well. So 11:35 for Salome Cora. Cora, part of successful Swiss 4x100 meter relay teams. So Cora just starts to move in front from about 60 meters. And Hunenstein picking it up, challenging briefly, following a home in 7. Second place. So from the inside, full complement of 8 in this race. Gamboa of Colombia, Becerra of Switzerland, Dietsch of Switzerland, Bell wearing the Scotland vest from Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Van Camp Switzerland, Weiss of Switzerland, Mechoes Belgium, and Van Wildenberg on the outside in lane 8 from the Netherlands. Bell away quickly, also running well in lane 6, Weiss, but Bell pulls away. Bell running extremely well at this stage. Weiss follows her home. Weiss takes second. Just a very slight wind in their faces. 0.5 meters per second. Alison Bell. 20 years of age, the Scot. Good run there from Alison Bell. Bell, just looking at the stats there. Quite well, I've got a personal best. Yes, confirmation indeed that she did take 200ths off her best. The Scot. So good performance from Bell in that previous heat. Might well be good enough to see her through to the A final as well when she runs a second time. So now we're into the fourth and final heat. Marianne Hamard from France, from the Annecy Club. Alexander Mortant from the Nivelles Club in Belgium. Elizabeth Anne Chiroux of Singapore, and then Marilyn Alabiso of Belgium. Expecting a Colombian runner in lane 5, but instead we have Sarah Malone in 6 and Rebecca Masterson of 7 and Georgina Adam in lane 8. Well, they've all just seen Alison Bell speed to a new personal best of 11:42.43. So as they settle down, Hamard, Mortant, Chiroux, Alabisi, Malone, Matheson and Adam. And at the moment it's Malone and Adam on the outside, the two Scots running well, so too Hamard on the inside. But Georgina Adam streaking away for a win in unofficially 11:51. No stopping Adam. She's halfway to Lausanne. A big smile though for Adam. And congratulations from Sarah Malone. Georgina Adam. Good run from the young Scot. Confirmed officially as 11:49. Sarah Malone and Adam, two quickie starters. And Adam just really moves into another gear over the final 40 meters. we've got about an hour, and then we'll be back with the women's 100 metres A and B finals. Now the hurdles are coming out onto the track. Very shortly, the men's 110 metres hurdles will get underway. And if the volunteers, all credit to them, get going quickly, they might be getting back on track as far as the programme's concerned. Now we're back in the women's long jump. That's been underway for about 10 minutes. Sadly, we didn't see much of the men's long jump, but let me give you the results anyway. So that was a very good competition. One with a fourth round effort of 8:22 by the Uzbek athlete Anvar Anvarov. Second, Cuba's Alejandro Parada Isaac at 8:10. Both those jumps for the first and second men coming in the fourth round. And then Ming Tai Chan of Hong Kong, 7:82 for the man from Hong Kong. That takes third place and gets to stand on the podium. So Sarah Leach, French woman. A bit difficult to assess how far that went. Perhaps a huge jump. Has a best of 6:10 indoors. Comes from this past winter, the 25-year-old. Seeing it posted as 5:94 Leach's mark. It's pretty close to a personal best. This is Alan Bach of Switzerland. Cormier. It with a rather French inflection. Holmeyer is more than likely the correct pronunciation. Second in the European under-23s when we were in Gävle in Sweden 2 years ago. Personal best of 6:69. She actually set in that Tallinn final. It's been close since then. Not seeing the results posted, but we'll keep you up to date. Foul for Holmeyer. Sarangi Sandaradora of Sri Lanka. And Ruby Billett of Ireland up next. Good jump there, I think, from Millet. Let's see a replay of the Irish woman's jump. Nicely done. Googler. Just try and bring you up to date with those results as we go along. Local organisers trying to get results sorted out. So that was a good effort by Millet, 6:21, and she's in the lead at the moment. Sandaradora, 6 meters. Now Lucy Hadaway, starting to get towards the better jumpers. Hadaway has already jumped 6:66 this year. Hadaway very quick on the run-up. I think that might have been a red flag. Just get caught. With the naked eye, I think there was a red flag. We'll just get confirmation. Now, Tisanna Hickling, 3rd in the Pan American Games back in 2019. Another woman who's jumped 6:66 this year, the Jamaican. Oh, nice hang technique. Good distance for Hickling. We switch back now to the men's 110 meters hurdles first heat. It's going to be 4 heats. Keep you up to date with what's been going on in the long jump. We've got 24 athletes, so we've been able, was advertised as 4 heats, but we've been able to shoehorn everybody into 3 heats now. So as they settle down, it's Van der Schaaf of the Netherlands on the inside, David King Great Britain, Northern Ireland in lane 2. Several times Italian champion Hassan Fofana in 3. Louis-Francois Mendy of Senegal in 4. Eduardo Rodriguez in 5. Job Gerds of the Netherlands in 6. And on the outside in lane 8, it's Irvin Sinner. At this stage, it's King leading the way. Also doing well at the moment in lane 4, it's Mendy. Now Mendy starting to pull away. 13:36. That's certainly a season's best. Have to check whether it's a personal best for the French-based Senegalese athlete. 13:36 for Mendy. He's the fastest man in the field on current form. Looking very good in this race. Quick start. Went to the Olympics and the last two World Championships for his country. Can get beyond the heats though. He competes for the French club Atleticageneve. If that is confirmed, we'll double check the wind reading. I think that's a new Senegalese national record for Louis-Francois Mendy. In the meantime, Tara Davis-Woodhall competes under a married name since the start of the year. Well, that's a good jump, that without a doubt. Yes, it gets the white flag. That takes the lead. Finalist at the Olympics and the World Championships, Davis-Woodhall. Just goes with Davis, but I do know she does prefer the hyphenated married name. As we move along to heat 2 of the men's 110 metres hurdles. Oh yes, 13:33 for Louis Mendy, which is a new national record for Senegal. Now the men get ready for heat 2, and they've got 13:33 as a marker. The top 8 will go through to the 110 metres hurdles A final at 17:10 local time. So no A and B finals, just an A final. Mendy has certainly put himself out there as the man to beat as far as the Atleticageneve international meeting is concerned. As I said, this one of 41 World Athletics Continental Tour bronze meetings in Europe that started out at the beginning of May and go all the way through the season until early September. So, Edson Gomez in lane 2, Jeremy Laradezur of Mauritius in 3, Mark Hayden of the Netherlands in 4, Mikdat Sevler of Turkey in 5, Ronan Grief in France of 6, Matthew Jacquet of Switzerland in 7, and on the outside, Tim Eicherman. Sevler, perhaps the man to keep an eye out for in lane 5, reigning Balkan champion they settle down once again from lane 2. Gomez of Portugal, Lara Desir of Mauritius 3, Haydn Netherlands 4, Turkey's Balkan champion Miktat Sevler in lane 5, Grief of France in 6, Jacquet Switzerland in 7, and Eichmann in 8. Ooh, and that looked like Sevler. Well, we haven't, as far as I can remember, had a athlete disqualified yet, despite the myriad of heats that we've had all the way through the day. Yes, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Now, the track referees have been quite lenient, but that to me, I'm afraid, does look like a red card offence. Wait and see though. I'm not going to prejudge what the men and women you're looking at are going to decide. However, with the naked eye, it did look as though the man who I would have classed as the favourite for this race may well have jumped the gun. Well, Miktat Sevler can consider himself a very lucky man, I think, with that warning. Well, it was put out to Ramon Grief. I think it was because he was twitching in the blocks as opposed to and set the others off. The false start was definitely Sevler. And I think the culprit for the problems, as analysed by the judges, Ronan Greff, the Marseille-based athlete. So as they settle down once again, Gomez of Portugal in lane 2, Lara Desir of Mauritius in 3, Haydn 4, Sevler 5, Greff 6, Jacquet 7, and Eichmann in 8. And it is Sevler the Turk who's the first to rise. Also running well at the moment alongside him, Mark Haydn. Coming through strongly, Lara Desir of Mauritius, and it is the Mauritian who gets the verdict. Just gets there. 13.65 for the Mauritian. Came through strongly there. From the Mauritian. That'll probably be good enough to see him through to the A final. Personal best of 13.61. So at this stage, it's Sevler the Turk, Balkan champion, Turkey's #1 sprint hurdler, coming through. In the first division for the European Team Championships. So if you like what we're doing, you'll be able to see him in action again at those European Team Championships in 2 weeks' time, when we're off to Silesia and the town of Horzo. Horzo, of course, will be the venue for the 2028 European Championships as well. Although we've got 2 more before then. Next year we've got Rome, just inside the 1 year to go period, and of course we've also got Birmingham coming up in 2026. So that's the next 3 European Athletics Championships, the flagship event for European athletics outlined. Pesic, Montenegro. Pesic, also known as a good decathlete. Just bring you up to date with what's going on in the long jump. Tara Davis, well, it was measured at 6.78, that jump you saw earlier. Mikhail Asani of Germany, 6.52, and Samantha Dale of Australia, 6.36. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment, and we're just partway through the second round. The third heat of the men's 110 metres hurdles. Tall Montenegrin on the inside in lane 2, settling into his blocks. Alongside him, Leonardo Tani of Hungary, Romain Lecoeur of France, Stefan Volzer of Germany, Brian Rochasduk, Colombia, Amin Bounami of Algeria, then just Calder, and Antoine Vincent of Annecy. Out in lane 7, last year's African champion. Hasn't really made much of an impact on 2023 so far. A very useful competitor at his best. Indeed, the Algerian who gets warned. Runani asking what's going on. I think, judging from the body language, he's saying he's having a little bit of problem hearing the starter's instructions. Shouldn't be too many things lost in translation. Bunani, a French speaker, and we're in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, only a few miles from, or a few kilometres from the border with France. So as they settle down once again. So it's from the inside, Pesic of Montenegro, Tano of Hungary, Lecoeur of France, Volzer of Germany, Rojas Duque of Colombia, Bounami of Algeria, and Vincent of France. And it is Bounami who's pressing at the moment. He's doing very well at this stage. On his inside, Rojas Duque, the Colombian, threatens Bounami. It is Bounami who makes it through. I think that's going to be good enough to get him into the final. Hurdles were adjusted for the women, which come up in about 13 minutes' time. Look back at Tara Davis. Leads the way with that 6.78 in the first round. Davis getting the crowd behind a charismatic and effervescent performer. Certainly a popular addition to any meeting programme. Quick on the run up. Over 7 metres legally this year. 7.07 in Bermuda. The World Athletics Championships. I should say World Athletics Continental Tour Gold meeting there. So now we go to the bottom of the third round. Starting proceedings in the third round. Near Che. I think she's a relative of Christian Say's. No connection between the Swiss long jumper and the Slovenian discus thrower. Tell you, pole vault is still going on in the field as well, and the bar's just about to go up to 5.35. It's still in that competition. We'll bring you up to date with that a bit later. The javelin, though, has come to an end. Victory for Dagbiator Jonsson, 76.99. Getis Kax, 76.03, the Latvian. So Iceland and Latvia take 1 and 2 in the javelin. Still progresses. This is Sarah Leach. A slight improvement from Leach. 5.98. Now Delphine Allenbach, another Swiss athlete. Struggling to find her best form. Smil Maya. Maya, European under-23 silver medalist 2 years ago. She jumped what still remains her personal best of 6.66. Really near that. She's been struggling for form recently. Saranga Sandara Dura, 6-meter jump in the first round. Doesn't quite same distance. Sri Lankan looking a bit disappointed with that effort. Half a meter down on her first. This is Ruby Millett. Good jump in the first round, 6.21. Distance from Millett. See whether that was any improvement from her. Daniela Gubler, 6.15 in the first round. We inexorably move along. The hurdles have been adjusted, and now it's the women's 100 meters hurdles. On the inside, Laetitia Bat of France. Next to her, Ebony Morrison, United States. We switch right the way over to lane 5. This is Natalia Christofi, set a Cypriot record of 12.84 last weekend in Horzo. Anna Zagre, many times the Belgian champion, best of 12.71. Elisa Maria de Lazaro, very good hurdler as well. And on the outside is Nicola Mossetti. So what a pity. No Nadine Visser. We were expecting her, but keep an eye on Natalia Christofi. She's in great form at the moment. Quickly away, and the Cypriot is indeed leading the way at the moment. Ebony Morrison on the inside in lane 2, also doing well at this stage. Coming through strongly, Letitia Batt as Christofi goes backwards a bit. And it is the Frenchwoman on the inside. 12.94. A good run, especially over the last 3 hurdles from Letitia Batt. Unofficially 12.94, but we have been seeing that the timings have been revised. Christofi starts well, so too does Batt. It's Christofi at this stage who's the first to rise, and now Batt over these final 4 hurdles really starts to motor. So 12.94 for Letitia Batt. Season's best for the Frenchwoman. 3 times champion of France indoors over 60 metres hurdles. She did indeed get a good start. Just to mark your cards. At a final, just one final of the 100 metres hurdles. Comes up at 5 to 5, 16:55 local time. Give you the complete 1, 2, 3 of the previous race. Ebony Morrison was second behind Letitia Batt's 12.90. Batt's time revised down. Ebony Morrison 12.92, Natalia Christofi 12.98. So all 3 women under 13 seconds in that first heat. So now it's Tara Davies-Woodhall getting the crowd behind her with a 3rd attempt in the long jump. 6.78. She leads the way at the moment. Oh, that's a good jump as well. I think that's better than anybody else can produce. Just wait and see what that distance is. Oh. We're going to switch back to the hurdles. It was nevertheless a good jump from Woodhall Davis. Not quite as far though, I can confirm. Not quite as far as the first round effort. So 6.56 to Woodhall Davis. Hickling didn't see the jump. 6.59 is Woodhall Davis's nearest rival. Davis Woodhall, to be quite right. So After that sparkling first heat, looking at the second heat, quickly run through the competitors. Baumgartner of Switzerland, Chalco of France, Roble Acevedo of Cuba, Sen of France, Alessandrini of France as well. And this is Jenna Blundell of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. And on the outside, Imogen Breslin of Australia. Well, both Chalco and Alessandrini have run close to 13 seconds already this year. So too is Roble Acevedo. I was impressed when I saw Iowa Sen recently competing in France as well. So I think this is going to be a very competitive race. Probably going to need to run in the region of 13:10 to get a place in the final. Settle down. Baumgartner on the inside of Switzerland. Chalco of France. Roble Acevedo, Cuba. Sen of France. Alessandrini, another French woman. Blundell of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. And Breslin on the outside as they are pulled up. It's quite windy. Maybe the wind will drop back within the 2 meters per second legal limit for record purposes. So it is Racist Roble Acevedo, also warned. So I think the track referee's been fairly lenient. Don't have a problem with that. Settle down once again. And it's Sen in lane 5 out very quickly. On their inside though, the Cuban doing very well at this stage, Acevedo. And a good run from Chalco as well. 13:16 unofficially. We are finding that they are being revised down a little bit. Chalco coming through very strongly in lane 3. 13:16 unofficially at the moment. Nice run there from Judy Chalco. As I say, 13:04, so she's not that far away from her time this year. get into the final, you're going to need 13:20 or better. Races Roble Acevedo, fastest qualifier at the moment at 13:21. The 8 women will go through to the A final a little bit later on at 16:55. Settle down. So lane 2 is Naomi Akakpo of Togo, Larissa Bertenier of Switzerland, Francesca Schuster of Germany, Romanian, Anna Maria Nestediuk, Uber's Kylie Perez Ibanez. And then on the outside, Diana Bazalar Alava of Peru. Peruvian. Current form, the Peruvian's the fastest woman in this field. 13:39. Need to run faster than that to get into the final. As I said, 13:21, the cut-off point at the moment. Oh, so Perez Ibanez stumbles out of her blocks. Looks like Perez Ibanez has been disqualified, but she's a bit unhappy about that. Nevertheless, wanders back, takes off her spikes. So, 5 remaining women in this heat. From the inside, Naomi Akakpo of Togo, Larissa Bertenier, Swiss athlete from Brule, Francesca Schuster and Anna Maria Nestediuk. And then 2 lanes empty before we get to, on the outside, Diana Bazalar Alava. Well, it's Nestediuk who's the first to rise over these final few hurdles, and she's starting to run away from her clearest opposition. 13:31 unofficially for Nestediuk. Well, we're seeing those times usually revised down by a few hundredths, but that's still not going to be good enough to get her into the final. Still an unofficial time, 13:31. And you have to feel for Basilar Alava stuck out on the far side, right hand side of the track, left hand side of your screen. But it is Anna Maria Nesteriuk. 13:32 this year, so that is personal season's best for the Romanian. Given it officially as 13:28. Good run from Nesteriuk. Now the fourth heat and the final heat of the women's 100 metres hurdles. So to get into the final you need 13:20. So as we look across at the women, Anna Bognar of Hungary, Linda Bichel of Switzerland. In shot, Mia McIntosh, European under-18 champion last year in Jerusalem. Valerie Gugnard from Bern, the Swiss athlete. Marley Jessup. Britain will be in lane 6. Belgium's Alexandra Mortin. On the outside, Anastasia Lezebnik. Interesting to see what McIntosh can do. Last year, of course, really caught the eye in Jerusalem, winning in a sparkling victory, the European under-18 title. But it's her fellow Briton Jessup who's away the quickest. Jessup now going very, very well over these hurdles. Very snappy, clean hurdling. McIntosh coming through strongly, might just have nipped it. McIntosh came through very strongly over those final 3 or 4 flights. Very crisp hurdling from Mia McIntosh. Now we quickly move away now to Tara Davis Woodhall. Third round, 6:78, leading the way at the moment. Another good jump from the American. Acrobatic, entertaining. Seems to have to stretch a little bit to find the board. Don't get extra marks though for nice little forward roll at the end of it. Although certainly keeps the crowd entertained. 6:61 for Tara Davis Woodhall. So back to the start of the echelon, final 8, Daniela Gubler, 6:17 for Gubler. .15 I should say, that came with her opening effort. Ahead of her is Ruby Millet with 671, but that gets a red flag. So no improvement for Millet. Rather good blur. It'll be Millet up next. Just see the difference between her and Tara Davis Woodhall. Swiss athlete. So much slower on the run up. Gets good lift. She doesn't have the speed to really project her the big distances into the 6.5 metre range. Well, Ruby Millet, Irish athlete, jumps 6.21 in the first round. Hasn't improved. Just a white flag though. Not sure it's an improvement. Millet now 22 years of age. Best of 6.33 outdoors, 6.44 indoors. So not that far away from a best, but no improvement for Millet. So this Mel Homaya, 6.41 in the third round. We were expecting Homaya. No, this is Samantha Dale, 6.36. The Australian quickly gets a red flag. Best part of a foot across the board. So Dale's best jump remains 6.36, and this is Mel Homaya, 6.41 in the third round for the German. 2 years ago, the European Under-23 silver medalist. Red flag as well for the German. No improvement for Homaya with that foul. You can see Homaya's full card, 6.41. So she's getting back to the sort of form that took her to that European Under-23 silver medal. Sani of Germany, 6.52 her best. Coming in the first round as well, like a lot of the women. There's been a few improvements in the later rounds, but most of them have best marks did come in the first round. Sani. Got a bronze, if my memory serves me well. The European Under-20 Championships. I've just had a moment to check it. Yes, indeed. She did get a bronze at those 2021 European Under-20 Championships in Tallinn 2 years ago. She'll be able to battle for medals at the under-23 level coming up next month. Now, Lucy Hadaway. .655. Good performance from Hadaway. I don't think that was an improvement though for Hadaway. She jumped 666 this year. .623. Officials are marking the jumps very quickly. I have to say they're doing a fine job out there. Now Titana Hickling. Hickling, third in the Pan American Games back in 2019. That's her biggest credential to date. Doing well here. 659, so just 7 centimeters shy of her season's best. Just switching back from the track to the women's under 18 100 meters. So we'll just take a short break from commentary. Hope you enjoy these under 18 races, and we will be back with the long jump very shortly, I'm sure. Well, we'll bring you up to date with Susanna Hickling's jump in just a moment, but this is the event leader, Tara Davis-Woodhall. So Hickling didn't really do anything of note. And a foul. 672, just 6 centimeters shy of her best. Now we switch back. So this is the final round. Daniela Gubler. Gubler was a best of 664. She's not really jumping that well, and I think you can see she's disappointed. Probably expecting a lot more in front of her home crowd. I know she comes from Bern, the other side of Switzerland, but I think people were expecting at least a few more centimetres from the Swiss athlete. Now 29 years of age. Personal best only came 2 weeks ago, 6:64. And with these under 18 races, we will take a short break for commentary, but this is the women's A final. Bring you up to date with the long jump as it progresses. So it's in the final round. This is the quickest of the two women's 100-meter finals. This is the A final. And Alison Bell got that personal best on the inside. Naomi Sedney, Jamily Samuel, Rani Rosius, Geraldine Frey, Salome Cora, Maria van Hunenstin, and on the outside, the Singapore record holder, Veronica Pereira. Rosius was fastest in the heats with 11:27. Frey not far behind her with 11:29. And Rosius in lane 4, really flying, the compact sprinter, doing an excellent job. Cora challenged. I think Rosius, yes. Well, sorry, there's been some confusion. This has been given to Melissa Goodschmidt, who we are looking in fact at the B final. They've reversed. We're expecting the A final to be hosted. I should have looked more closely at the bibs, but Melissa Goodschmidt did get the verdict in the B final. So I think confusion caused because we're switching away rather quickly away from the long jump, and we were expecting the fastest races to be the first ones, but Goodschmidt, look at that personal best. Goodschmidt 11:24, Wedderburn Goodison, just 18 years of age, 11:33, Adam 11:39, and Weiss 11:43. Weiss is also down to run in the 100-meter hurdles, but wisely opted to just stay with the sprint without the barriers. So now on the outside, Alison Bell qualifying with 11:43, a personal best for the Scot, part of the Great British gold medal winning quartet that won the European under-20 title 2 years ago. Side of Naomi Sedney. Qualifier as well. With the Dutch 4x100 meter relay teams that have won medals over the years. He's a former European Championships medalist over 200 meters, Jamali Samuel. Rani Rosius, fastest qualifier just a short while ago, just over an hour ago in 11:27. This is Geraldine Fry, 11:29. Very close to Rosius. We do expect 3 women in shot, with Rosius, Fry added to by this woman, Salome Cora, to be the 3 main protagonists in this race. Cora, 11:32. Maria van Hunnenstein. 3 Dutch women in this race. And there's Veronica Pereira, 11:41, the Singapore record holder. Pereira down also to run in the 200 meters a little bit later on. So they settle down. The women's 100 meters. From the inside, Bell, Sedney, Samuel, Rosius, Fry, Cora, Van Hunnenstein and Pereira. And it's Fry away the quickest. Fry gets really moving. Now Rosius starting to come through on the inside in lane 4. On the inside, Bell also having a great run, but it is Rosius who takes the victory in unofficially 11:27. 0.0 meters per second wind. Well, we'll wait and see what that revised time is. I expect it to be revised down by a couple of hundredths. But let's just see, because I think on the inside in lane 1, Alison Bell had a terrific run as well, and I'm sure got her 2nd personal best of the afternoon. Now Tara Davis, the very last jump of the long jump competition. So no change behind her at all. Hickling of Jamaica in 2nd with 6:59. Hadaway in 3rd, 6:55. She's assured of the win. And that's an excellent jump. That really is a good jump from the American. She's already set a meeting record, revising a record that had stood to the Russian Nina Prevodentseva. Am I hearing that right? 6:95. Well, 6:78 was a meeting record. Now 6:95. Just shows what great form Tara Davis Woodhall is in. I have to say, so far this afternoon, that's the women's performance of the day for me. Let's see if anybody can beat it over the remaining 2 hours. Everything just fell into place there. Well, she's been over 7 meters this year. That was very close. And in case you're asking, the men's performance so far, I think, is Luengo Scotch's 44.82 in the 400 meters. Rani Rosius, well, revised down by 300ths, 11.24. Alicia Goodsmith, 2nd by winning that B final in a personal best of 11.24. But the first prize check goes to Rani Rosius. See there, Tara Davis Woodhall keeping the crowd entertained. shot put will be getting underway very shortly as well. Bring you up to date with what's going on in there. A number of 20-metre plus throwers will be in action. Also, the women's triple jump will be getting underway. Got the men's under 18 100 metres coming up very shortly. That's the next action on the track. They pushed the women's triple jump back by about 20 minutes just to accommodate the long jump. We're looking at it starting at 16:30. It's now going to start at 16:50. So as I say, we'll take a short break from commentary while the men's under 18 100 metres goes ahead. Please do join us again in about 5 minutes' time.
classé hier du STDM, il y a aussi le dernier national. Et toutes ces performances sont au-delà des 19-19 qui représentent l'ancien record du meeting. Donc, bien de me dire que c'est un peu dans la malheureusement, on ne va pas participer à la finale de l'université qui va rester à l'entrée tout à l'heure.
So now the men getting stripped off and ready for action in the men's 100 metres. Just to give you a quick update from the field for an event that we haven't seen much of, but if you've been following it on the live results. So there has been a pole vault going on in the background, and at the moment the bar is up at 5:55. Leading the way is Clayton Fritsch of the United States. 4 men have been over 5:45. Fritsch is a clean sheet up to his first time failure at 4:55. Luke Winder as well, over at 4:45, second time of asking, and then over 4:45 at the third time of asking. Italy's Simone Bertelli and Switzerland's Dominic Alberti. Now, on to the men's 100 metres B final. So Pascal Mancini, popular Swiss sprinter, very, very strong starter. Adam Thomas on the inside. So Emmanuel Essay, and this is Arthur Cisse. 10:10 in qualifying, sub 10-second man at his best. Raphael Boujou of the Netherlands. As we move out, Tamar Burnett, Ryan Zezé, and on the outside, heat winner Farhad Al-Subay. Settle down, it's Mancini of Switzerland, Thomas, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, SMA Cameroon, Cisse of Ivory Coast, Boujou, Netherlands, and his compatriot Burnett alongside him in lanes 5 and 6, Zezé of France in 7, and Al-Sabai of Saudi Arabia in 8. that was Tamar Burnett. One disqualification despite all the heats and races that we've had today. The man in lane 4, the only man to have run under 10 seconds in his career. Hasn't done that this year. The season's best at 10:10 in qualifying earlier today. Onto the Scottish contingent who've made their way to Geneva. And it is Burnett who gets a yellow card. Looked like Burnett had been given the yellow card. He did stand in lane 6 to me. Few technical issues sorted out. Emmanuel Essay, Cameroonian, employing one of the volunteers just to make sure his blocks are steady. So as they settle down once again from the inside from lane 1, it's Mancini of Switzerland, Thomas of Great Britain, SMA of Cameroon, Cisse of Ivory Coast, the favourite, Boujou of the Netherlands, Burnett, Zeze and Al Sabai. But it's Cisse indeed fulfilling his role as the favourite as he powers away. Equals last year's meeting record by Charleston Cravant of 9:98, but as I think we've seen, it gets revised downwards, so that's his first sub 10 second clocking of the year for Arthur Cisse. He's a happy man. Given us a meeting record of 9:96. That is a very good time indeed. Very good sprinting in these conditions. SMA will have got a Cameroon record behind him. Let's have a look at that again. Well, Cisse away very quickly indeed. Into his running, upright and starting to move away from the rest. It's a bit of compact and very, very technically proficient sprinting from the Ivory Coast sprinter Arthur Cisse. Well, Emmanuel Essay, not just a personal best, but a national record for him in second place, and a brilliant personal best from Raphael Boujou. Well, Boujou, he's going to go into those European Under-23 Championships next month as a clear favourite. Tamir Burnett behind him. A decade older than his compatriot Boujou, but gets a personal best of 10:11 to boot. So a meeting record from Arthur Cisse, but some very good times behind him as well. sprinting there. Adam Thomas not very far from his personal best either at 10:23. Contrasting physiques between Arthur Cisse and his West African colleague Emmanuel Esse, good friends. 9:96 for Cisse. He can go on to his next meet as a very happy man. Couldn't get a lane in the Diamond League meeting in Paris last night, but he's certainly shown everybody else a clean pair of heels here in Geneva. He was 8th at the World Indoor Championships over 60 metres last year. Not that far away from his own national record of 9:93 here in Geneva. Cisse really having a very good season. Now we're on to the B final, and it's Lachlan Kennedy in lane 1. Hansley Paulina, the Dutchman, in 2. Israel Olatunde just ran out of it. Wasn't that far away from making the A final. Mohamed Ibrahim and Imran Rahman of Bangladesh and Joris Fangul on the outside. Missing a couple of men. Will be the favourite, Olatunde, after just missing out on a place in the A final. Olatunde, was it Irish record last year? Just seen some very quick times on this track, and the wind is gusting at a very, very sympathetic speed. Olatunde away very quickly. Rahman doing a good job at the moment. Kennedy on the inside, coming through strongly as well. Well, that's a blanket finish. I wouldn't want to predict that. Nothing like as quick as the first heat. I was expecting quicker times, I've got to be honest. I thought they'd be in the 10:20s. It was a thrilling race to the line, though. Perhaps expectations somewhat heightened after that terrific A final just a few minutes ago. Still not sure who took the honours there. Olatunde out very quickly. The Irish record holder at 10:17. Kennedy doing well on the far side. Rahman, I think, just run out of it very slightly at the end. So it's a toss-up between those two men in the picture. up to date with those results very shortly. Next final on the track is going to be the women's 100 metres hurdles. Olatunde gets it. 10:37. Wouldn't be surprised if there's only a hundredth or even less between him and Kennedy, who chased him down the track. I'm looking at the results on the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics, and it's telling me that indeed the verdict did go to Kennedy by a couple of hundredths. There's the remaining events coming up. Kennedy in that last race getting 10:37 as well as Olatunde 10:37. Women's triple jump will get underway very shortly. 110 metres hurdles, 100 metres hurdles, and then the men's 110 metres hurdles very shortly after that. We have men's and women's 200 metres, middle distance races to finish. The shot put's in the fourth round. It's coming to the end of the fourth round now. Leading the way, Andrei Toda of Romania with 20:43. He's got about half a metre in ahead of Eric Favours, the Irishman, at 19:91. Several of the men over 19 metres. The men's pole vault. No. Both Winder and Fritsch, the two Americans, went over 5:55. Winder at the first time of asking to go in front. Fritsch at the second time. Both men having had two failures at 5:65. As the women go through their paces, getting ready for the women's 100 metres hurdles. Swirling wind has picked up. It's been to the advantage of the sprinters in the last half an hour with the women's and men's 100 metres. Blowing Arthur Cisse to that fantastic time of 9:96 in the men's 100 metres. Taking down the meeting record in that event. It's a bit of a value judgment. Not sure which I choose now, having seen Cisse run that 100 metres and also Scotch earlier in the 400 metres, 44:82. What's your thoughts on the men's best performance of the meeting so far? Tell you, Clayton Fritsch just brought the bar down at the third time of asking at 5:65. So victory, whether he clears it or not, will go to Luke Winder of the United States. Count that rules. Over 5:45. Equal third goes to Simone Bertelli and Dominic Alberto, Italy and Switzerland respectively, those two men over 5:45. ready for the women's 100 meters hurdles final. On the inside, this is Roble Acevedo of Cuba. Already seen some very good sprinting in the men's and women's 100 meters. What can the hurdlers do now? The starter just waiting for all the women to make their way. Booming, evocative rock music blasting across the Stade de Bout de Monde, cheering up the crowd, cheering up the athletes. So, Roble Acevedo of Cuba. Well, the slow qualifiers at 13:21, hence also the first lane. Judy Chalcao got through as a heat winner in one of the slow heats, 13:14. Natalie Christofi, the Greek record holder at 12:84, was under 13 seconds in her heat, as was this woman, Ebony Morrison. Finished second, Christofi's third, but in that fastest heat, Letitia Bapt won with 12:90 as a personal best of 12:80. It's the fastest woman in the final. Anne Zagra, Belgian record holder at 12:71. Elisa De Lazaro, Italian, 13:18, out in lane 7. And in lane 8, Nicola Mossetti as well. Slowest qualifier from the heats just over an hour ago. We need to keep an eye on lanes 3, 4 and 5. Christofi, Morrison and Bapt. Here's the full lineup. So it's Roble Acevedo of Cuba in lane 1. And then Chalcao, France. Christofi, Cyprus. Morrison, USA. Bapt of France. Zagra of Belgium. De Lazaro of Italy. And on the outside, Massetti, also of Italy. The women's 100 meters hurdles. And it's Morrison away the quickest without a doubt. Morrison the first to rise over hurdles 4, 5 and now 6. Morrison starting to tire though. Bapt coming through very quickly. And it's the French one, Bapt. 12:82 unofficially. I'm sure that clock is going to finally read just a bit faster than that. Maybe it's going to be a personal best for Letitia Bapt. Let's wait and see. That's still the unofficial time though. There's a bit of twitching on the outside from Massetti, but that didn't bother Morrison, who was away the quickest. And it was Morrison who was the first to rise. And then over the final 3 hurdles though, the long legs of Letitia Bapt start eating up the ground. I hope we can actually see a full time, but it's 12:78 I'm seeing on the monitor, on the commentator information system for Letitia Bapt. So a personal best by 0.02 of a second for visibly delighted Frenchwoman. I tell you, Ebony Morrison took second in 12:86, and Natalia Christofi, well, a week ago She ran a Cypriot national record of 12.84. Not far from that here in Switzerland. 12.90. That's the 1-2-3 in the women's 100 metres hurdles. Bat, Franz Morrison of the United States and Christofi of Cyprus. The hurdles get adjusted for the men's 110 metres hurdles, coming up just very shortly. Confirmation of the results. Personal best for Letitia Bat, 12.78. Ebony Morrison and Natalia Christofi not that far from their own personal bests. So now the triple jump, the women's triple jump. Started a short while ago. This is Shelley Odier. Odier gets the triple jump competition underway. $11.73. Shelby Odier. Good opportunity for the young teenage Swiss triple jumper. Next up will be Sarah Buggy. Buggy, Irish jumper, same club, St Albans, as we saw Ruby Millet a little bit earlier. Training partners. Down to 13.25 this year. Less than 18 national titles indoors and out. Very much the Irish #1 triple jumper for a very long time. 13.53 her best. That's around just a bit over 13 metres. A little bit difficult. Oh, given us a foul, I should say, but it did get to about 13 metres. So, Melila Sinai. Ukrainian. Sinai. 13.30 her best. Ukrainian just runs through. Register a mark. Next up will be Jesse Maduka of Germany. Maduka. Who's the best this season? We should be seeing Jesse Maduka. She's on the start list. That's Diana Zaganova, the Lithuanian. It looks as though Maduka was a very late withdrawal. Zaganova, former European under-20 medalist. So all proportion. High-stepping Ukrainian jumper. Now 26 years of age. Competed at various international competitions in the past, to the European Championships, European Indoor Championships I should say, in 2019, but didn't get out to qualifying on that occasion. Hasn't got a particularly good international record. 13:05 though for Corson. Now the men's 110 metres hurdles. We saw a very good run in the heats from Louis-Francois Mendy, setting a Senegal national record of 13:30 to lead the way. So on the inside it's Colombia's Brian Rojas Duque. Next to him, last year's Balkan champion from Turkey, Mikdak Sevler. Jeremy Larara Duge, personal best of 13:61 in qualifying. Hassan Fofana, many times Italian champion. And here's the man, 13:33, national record for Senegal. Fastest man in qualifying, Eduardo Rodriguez. Amin Bounani, 13:63 in qualifying. And David King on the outside. Not the best of runs in the qualifying for the Briton, who's made a number of major championships finals. Opportunity to get some compensation. So as they settle down from the inside, Rojas Duque of Colombia, Sevilla Turkey, Larara Desir of Mauritius, Fofana Italy, Mendy France, Rodriguez Brazil, Bonani of Algeria, and King of Great Britain on the outside. And Mendy is away quickly once again. Mendy's rising first, but Rodriguez also doing well. Now Mendy starting to motor. He's coming away from the rest. And he wins by a stride. Well, 13:36 on paper, not quite as quick as his first race. Let's just see whether that time is revised. Let's have a look at that race again. So with the head-on shot, King, not a good start from him. Mendy running well at this stage, starting to run away from Fofana. Mendy now 13:34, so just 1/100th shy of his time in the heat, and 1/100th time of his shy of his time that was the national record just a short while ago. Here's Shelby Odier again, stripping off. She's in a second round, rather modest 11:73. Tia Lafond 14:47 for the Dominica athlete. Leads by almost half a meter from Diana Zaganova, the Lithuanian. Too sure whether we'll get the chance to see that again, but that was the season's best for Lafond. A moment in the sun. Some input from her coaches. Just really getting experience here. Didn't come together on that jump. And Sarah Buggy, the Irish woman. Foul in the first round for the Irish one. Looks like a foul. It might be a foul again. Let's just wait and see. Confirmed. We didn't see the red flag. Two fouls now for Sarah Buggy of Ireland. Another third attempt. This is Sinai of Ukraine, another woman who had a foul in the first round. These women will be eliminated after the third round. Only 8 will go through to have 3 final jumps. It's a nice stretching out. Ukrainian's gone out to 13:30 this year. Very quickly onto the runner. She's getting some input. Zaganova has gone onto the triple jump runway. 13:13 for Ukrainian. Zaganova lying in second place at the moment after the first round with 13:56. Quick on the runner. Happy with her jump there. European under-23 champion back in 2019, the Lithuanian. It's a personal best, well over 14 metres, national record holder from a Swiss meeting, another Swiss meeting in the nearby La Chaux-de-Fonds, 13:59. Herkovsson. Just to give you an update, men's shot has come to an end. It's Andre Toda with that 5th round 20:51 secured victory for him as we look at Olga Herkovsson. That's a red flag. I don't see the red flags, but I can tell you they didn't bother measuring it. A replay a little bit earlier, Sarah Buggy, just to go back and talk about Andre Toda though. Only man over 20 metres, he went over 20 metres in the shot in the 4th round at 20:43 and then in the 5th round at 20:51. He wins by a full 60 centimetres from Ireland's Eric Favours. So you see Kovsum just improving a little to 13:26. Completing the podium in the men's shot after Toda and Favours was the Swede Victor Pettersson, 19:56. Waiting for the full results of the men's shot put. Well, we knew Winder had won the shot put, and I last mentioned it and last got sight of what was going on. Didn't go any higher, so Winder wins at 5:55 the men's pole vault. Clayton Fritsch, same height, but loses out on the countback rules. Switch away from the women's triple jump thrill as well. Keep you up to date with what's going on, especially with Thea Lafond jumping so well. The Dominican leads with 14.41. Now it's the women's 200 meters. Mette Gravesgaard. Great indoor season. Danish record holder. Celine Berge has improved this year to 23.46. Leonie Pointet, not far from her best this year. It's best of 23.23. Just 200 shy of it so far. Then Vittoria Fontana competes for the Carabinieri club in Italy. Sayaya, sub 23 performer, 22.22, 22.95 a little bit earlier this year. Veronica Pereira, she's been busy. She's had 3 races already today. Charlene Maudsley, some really good performances over 400 meters, and Delphine in Cancer has been doing well over 100 meters. The Belgian out in lane 8 has reduced her 100 meters best several occasions already this year, down to 11.24. So as they settle down for the women's 200 meters. To give you the full lineup from the inside, it's Gravesgaard of Denmark, Berge of Switzerland, Pointet also of Switzerland, Fontana of Italy, Jaya of the Netherlands, Pereira of Singapore, Maudsley of Ireland, and on the outside, you can see the very front of your shot, Delphine in Cancer of Belgium. Now, Thea Lafond, we didn't see that first round effort of 14.47. The Lafond, terrific triple jumper. 200 meter runners. Not sure that's as good by any stretch of the imagination. Looked as though she was not quite sure which board. She lost concentration a little bit, I think. So now it is the women's 200 meters, ready to go. So as they settle down from the inside, Gravesgaard Denmark, Berge of Switzerland, Pointet of Switzerland, Fontana of Italy, Jaya of the Netherlands, Pereira of Singapore, Maudsley, and on the outside, and Cancer of Belgium. And it's Pereira of Singapore running the best of the bend. She's slightly ahead at the moment. Gravesgaard doing well on the inside. But it's Pereira, the slightly built Singaporean, up against the very tall Dutch runner Jaya on her inside. That was a very good run from Pereira. It was a best of 22.69. She's not far from that. 22.86 unofficially. If you look at the live results on the European Athletics website, they are being revised down, usually by about 200ths of a second. So Veronica Pereira. Don't get many world-class athletes out of Singapore, but there's one. Well, they've missed Pereira there. Chaya will be in place. Personal best of 22.18. Bit of a results glitch. Ah, there we go. As it revised. Pereira indeed gets true acknowledgement. 22.84. It was taken down by a couple of notches for the official time, but behind her, Tassagia and Charlene Maudsley both can be happy with their day's work in Geneva, going home with personal bests in the 200 metres. Now the men's 200 metres. I have to say, we're really looking forward to seeing the Briton, this young Briton, Charlie Dobson, in action. A few of the men in this field have already run a couple of times today, but Dobson's been focusing on this event. Part of Britain's gold medal winning 4x400 metre relay team. There's been plenty of people say that when he concentrates on 400 metres, which may not come this year, he's going to be quite a handful. So on the inside, we've seen him run already once today, Daniel Putnam. Jerry Okwano of Great Britain, finalist at the World Under-20 Championships last year, the European Under-20 champion in 2021. Ran Zeze, having a good season, set a personal best in the 100 metres a couple of weeks ago. Can he take down his personal best of 20:26? Felix Stevenson in lane 5. Svensson. Now Charlie Dobson. Well, Dobson, lane 6. 23 years of age now. Last year ran a windy sub-20. His best 2019. We've seen some good sprinting here today. And then we've got Bradley Lestrade, another Swiss athlete. And on the outside, Tamir Burnett. First 200 metres of the year for the Dutch sprinter. Burnett, also a good 400 metre runner, has run on several medal-winning Dutch 4x400 metre teams at European Championships indoors and out. Settle down. Very strong British flavour to this race. 4 of the men Britons. British runners occupying the first 3 inside lanes. Putnam, Kwando, Hansen. Then we have Zeze of France, Svensson, Switzerland, Dobson, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Lestrade, Switzerland, and on the outside, Tamar Burnett. Zeze, who's running well over the first 50 metres. Also Dobson in lane 6. Dobson now picking it up. It's Zeze and Dobson just fractionally in front on the outside. Burnett now starting to work really hard down the home straight. Those three are away, but Dobson's pulled clear. And it's a victory for Charlie Dobson, 2021. Following wind 1.3 metres per second. Now let's see what that comes up as officially. So he might have equalled, or possibly even bettered, his personal best of 21.9. A good outing there for Charlie Dobson. Well, I think you can possibly hear the stadium announcer saying it's the second fastest time by a European this year. Well, still waiting for the official time. 2019 for Charlie Dobson, a meeting record, well, equals the meeting record from last year from Charleston Crevant and equals his own personal best. Behind him, Tamar Burnett, 2036 for Tamar Burnett. Looking at Shelby Odier. So Charlie Dobson dominating that 200 metres field. And he had plenty left over that final 50 metres. There's confirmation of the results. Dobson 2019 equalling both his own personal best and the meeting record. Tamar Burnett of the Netherlands 2036. Ryan Zeze 2043 for the Frenchman. Did so well over the first half of the race and then couldn't keep back. Burnett and Dobson. Kira Whitman. Pull jumper. Whitman lying in third place at the moment. 13.82 in the last round. He's being pushed back one place by Zaganova, who also jumped to 13.82 with the previous jump. Didn't see that. And that pushes Whitman back to third on the basis of second best jumps. It's 13.52. So Whitman stays in third place. No touching Tia Lafond at the moment though. Lafond comfortably in first place with 14.47. They're on cue. Lafond is on the runway. From Dominica. Quick on the run up. Gets square placement on the board. Middle phase, the step phase, sets herself up. Jump perhaps a little bit disappointing. in the end. So no change as far as the women's triple jump leader is concerned. Very shortly, we're going to have the men's 1500 meters. Local directors just waiting for the men to come out. Just confirmation, it appears, of the final 8 in the women's triple jump. Looks like we're only going to lose Maduka, who didn't start anyway, and Davronova, the Uzbek jumper. Just waiting as well for the men's 1500 meters starters to come out. Still very warm in Geneva, it's about 22 degrees. Taking on a bit of liquid. That's Kira Whitman. Black t-shirt. Let me spin round to the top right hand corner. And the men's 1500 meters about to get underway. Got 2 races. Here's the first of them. Here's the full lineup.
Et en regardant de tout près la liste de départ, il s'avère que tous les athlètes de la première série, en 2001, sont déjà descendus sur les 1 minute 40. Nous aurons un Suisse dans cette course qui va essayer de s'approcher aux divers wagons internationaux pour réussir un bon chrono.
Meeting record by Ismail Debjani of Belgium from 2021, 3:33.06. Men in this first of two 1500 metre races, apart from the pacemaker. Perhaps the favourite, the likes of Robin van der Wiel. As well, Andrzej Kowalczyk, pole in there. Rishke, Moroccan, just adjusting his number. Rishke, 3:38.80 performer this year. There's Shavinsky, the pole, the pacemaker. Respected pacemakers around the international circuit now. And we're away. It's a quick early pace. There's been suggestions that the pacemaker has been asked to do around 2:23 at 1,000 metres. Set them up for about 3:34, 3:35. So it wouldn't be quite meeting record pace, but it'd be a good pace for many of these men. Be looking for personal bests. So still Adam Shavinsky doing a good job. Pacemakers working hard at the front. Coming round, it's still Shavinsky doing a very good job of pacing at the front of this race. Behind him, Buckingham leading the way. Mujahideen also, the very good Moroccan in there as well. 3:38 man, African Championships finalist. Shavinsky looking around. See if we can give you an unofficial split when he goes through. Comes into the home straight. Would give him 1,000 metres. Now Shavinsky, well, it's a little bit outside the anticipated pace of 2:23, almost 2:30, so he lets them get on with it. It's 2:42 and change at the bell unofficially. So A bit slower than the pace that they wanted. And now, of course, inevitably, in this sort of race, it becomes a fast last lap from the bell. There's a fair old battle going on out there. Well, suddenly that turn of pace has meant that the whole pack has got strung out. Zach and Hannah at the front at the moment in the red vest, but coming through, tall figure in green, now round the back, round far side. Looks like Kieran Lum, the Canadian. Well, Lum was always up there, keeping an eye on how things were progressing. And he used his very good finishing speed. Lum, third at the bell. Slightly boxed, but got himself out of trouble. Came round the outside, finished very quickly. Casey Combo, the American, I think he'll have to settle for second. Just waiting for the official results. Seem to have an issue with the timing. And Adam Shabinsky being thanked for doing such a good job with the pace. I didn't want to go with the fast pace. Still waiting for times. Beating record of Debjani from 2 years ago isn't going to be challenged. Move on to the second race. Predominantly a Swiss race, this one. A few interlopers in there from the likes of Germany and the Netherlands. So we've got Ethan Hussey of Great Britain and Jack Atherton of Australia in there. Still don't have a result from that first race. Seems to be an issue with the timing. We will progress on with the second race. Sure, it was Kieran Lum who won, followed home by Casey Comer. Let's wait for confirmation of the times though. Well, this they're away very quickly at this stage. 16 men in this second 1500 metre race. There's the Australian Jack Atherton, who's gone straight to the front. 22-year-old Australian. Atherton is going to make the pace, it appears. Ethan Hussey, just 20 years of age, but a sub 340 man. pace is comparable to the first race. The runner's doing a good job, even though they're of less heralded calibre. So only one man chasing Jack Atherton at this stage. Big gap between the leader and the chasing group. Atherton still doing a fine job, leading the way. It's taken them around to about 900 metres. It is Ethan Hussey now leading the way, coming up, running very, very steadily at the moment. 2:45 unofficially at the bell. So he's not going to be close to his personal best of 3:39.60 set not very long ago, but he's really dominated this race from the start. And Hussey, the Briton, a long way out in front now. Hussey, third at the World Junior Championships over 800 metres last year, and that really caught everyone's eyes. Sixth over 1500 metres, so 1500 metres perhaps his second favourite event. He'll be able to choose for the European Under-23 Championships in Finland next month. So he's come through in 3:44.65 unofficially. Good run there from the 20-year-old Ethan Hussey. So 3:44.65, about 5 seconds outside of his best. Nevertheless, good run out for him. Perhaps with other people who were prepared to have gone and commit and run with him, maybe he would have been rewarded with a better time, and so would have they. He was the only one who followed Jack Atherton, the pacemaker. Possibly, given his credentials, should have been seeded into the first heat. But nevertheless, you can only do what you can do, depending on your race. Big applause as Paralympian Gabriel Matos comes home. Just look again at the key moments of that second race in the 1500 metres. From the very early stages, Ethan Hussey following out the Australian pacemaker. Almost a training run, you have to say, for Ethan Hussey. 2800 metres medalist last year, one of the real middle distance talents of Great Britain. As I say, expect to see him in contention for the medals when we get to European Under-23 Championships next year. Now, 5th round of the triple jump. Maria Sinai improved 13.58 in the 3rd round and then had a foul in the 4th. So good season's best for Sinai. $13.71 for the Ukrainian. So stays in 4th. Season's best, Kirill Wittmann, 13.82 in the 2nd round for the German. In 3rd place at the moment. Wittmann from Göttingen. Fouls. Good consistent series though there from Wittmann, who was 7th at the European Indoor Championships back in March. Wasn't that far off medal at both the European Under-20s in 2019 and Under-23s in 2021. Now, Zaganova. Diana Zaganova, former European Under-20 champion herself. Should say Under-23 champion from 2019. Zaganova, little bit frustrated with that. $13.81. Nevertheless, just only 1 centimetre short of a 3rd round effort, which was her best of the competition. Now, Thea Lafond really dominated this competition from the outset. Just waiting to get on the all clear from the judges. Well, Lafond, a good year last year. 4th at the World Indoor Championships in Belgrade. 5th at the World Championships Outdoors in Eugene. Olympic finalist in 2021. So has got a good competitive record at the big events. Well, that looks around the 14-metre mark. Doesn't look as good as her 1st round effort. Personal best of 14.60 came at those Olympics. So she's not far from her own national record. She's gone slightly better indoors. 14.62. So Lafond really wondering whether this augurs well for later on in the year. So 14.24 for Lafond, but still leading with that big meeting record of 14.47. As we switch back now down to the last round, and the first competitor in that last round, Shelby Odier. Now Odier, a bit far from some of the other competitors. Odier, 12.48 in the last round, so she's steadily improved. Season's best for her. I don't think that's going to be an improvement though for the Swiss athlete from the local Stade Geneve club. So she'll know this stadium extremely well. Not far though. Personal best of 12.48 in the last round, 12.35 with her sixth effort. Now Sarah Buggy. Buggy need to improve quite a bit to move up a place. In front of her is Caroline Joyeux of Germany. 13.53 to her name. Sarah Buggy to set a lifetime best to get close to that Joyeux. $12.80 at the moment to the Irish woman's credit. I don't think that's going to be much of an improvement. That replay, quite as quick on the run-up. So no improvement for Buggy. She remains in 7th place this competition. Now the woman I just mentioned, Caroline Joyeux, 13.53 coming in the third round. Just seen herself overtaken in the last round, 2 rounds ago I should say, by her course son. 13.77 this year, but that's not going to be an improvement. It's around the 13-metre mark for Joyeux. Behind it. Yeah, well, acknowledgements again that Buggy had a foul. Joyeux 13.40. Distance was slightly deceptive due to the camera angle. Now, Colson. $13.54. In front of a compatriot, Maria Sinai at 13.71. that jump. Bangs her fists together in frustration. So 13:40 to finish off her series for Olga Korsun. 13:54 her best. Third round. So just 4 jumpers to go. There's not much to choose between the women in 4th, 3rd and 2nd place at the moment. So this is Maria Sinai. Sinai, 13:71 in the last round. Big season's best for her, the Ukrainian. Oh, was that a foul? It wasn't as far, but I'm just wondering whether she gets the red flag. Oh no, it is going to be measured. Nice, courteous thank you to the crowd in this Stade de Bout de Monde. $13.19. 4 efforts over 13 meters. Topped by that 13.71. Well, Kira Wittmann now knows that she's secured at least 3rd place. 13.82, but that's the same distance as the woman who's going to come directly after her, Diana Zaganova. Wittmann 13.82. Zaganova overtook her on the basis of a better second jump. And the thing she's got in her favour is she is quick on the runner. Very good sprinter is Wittmann. To her again. Doesn't get a lot of lift in the middle phase, in the step phase. $13.81, well that moves her up into 2nd place by the virtue of the 3rd best jump. Both Wittmann and Zaganova have 13.82 and then 13.81 to their credit. And 13.75 as Wittmann's 3rd best jump is better than this woman's, Zaganova. So, to get back into 2nd place, Zaganova needs to jump 13.75. I think her 4th best jump is actually better. 13.75 or better. Doesn't need to improve. In fact, going after Tia Lafon's 14.47 might be a tall order. Zaganova's been in the over 14 metres a few times in the past. I think that's a red flag. Looks as though she stepped over. Yes. Just combing the pit. So Zaganova gets knocked back from 2nd to 3rd with the very last jump of Wittmann's competition. Yeah, she was giving it everything, but turned out to be a foul for the Lithuanian. So 3rd place for Diana Zaganova. Same distance as Kira Wittmann in 2nd place, but positions decided by 3rd best jumps. So just one jumper remaining. Thea Lafond hasn't improved after that 14.47 in the very first round. So Lafond, she can go for broke. She's got the meeting record. I was wondering whether we're going to hold up the women's 800 metres. Well, the very last jumper, Thea Lafond, takes place, but no, we're going ahead with it. Well, this is the first of two races. So as we scan across the women, so this is the best of the two races. We've got Nissen of Denmark in the inside lane, Sharp, Great Britain, Rodriguez, Uruguay, Pelot of Switzerland, Horvat, very good Slovenian, Gallant of Poland, Laus of Belgium, Garcia of Spain. There's Garcia, second in last year's Ibero-American Championships, looking to run under 2 minutes for the first time this year. And there's Audrey Verro, medalist at European under-20 level and under-18 level. Has gone under 2 minutes this year. Then on the outside, Jessica Tappin, who's going to make the pace. And Christina Herring, very good German, European Championships finalist last summer. World University Games, silver medalist in 2019. Well, the meeting record of 1:59.69 has been on the books to Mariam Yusuf Jamal since 2005. Yusuf Jamal, of course, a former world champion over 1,500 metres. Tappin has been asked to go out and get round in 58 seconds. That's to set them up for, hopefully, sub 2 minute pace. Hopefully taking them under that meeting record of Mariam Yusuf Jamal's. So it's a very big field, this. Won't be at all surprised if there's some pushing and shoving. It's Tappin doing a good job at the front at the moment. It's gone through 200 metres in about 29 seconds. So she's doing what's been asked of her. At the front it's Horvat. Herring behind her. Been looking around, encouraging them. It's Horvat who's prepared to take it on. Horvat's moved up from 400 to 800 this year, and it's quick. They've gone through in sub 58 seconds. I make it unofficially about 57 and a half. And Horvat's really going for this meeting record and a personal best. Christina Herring not letting her go. Slightly ungainly cadence of Christina Herring, but it is very effective. Those long legs of the German eat up the ground. But at the moment it's still Horvat. Behind her, it's the Uruguayan Rodriguez as well. Now Horvat now being challenged. But it's still Horvat at the front. Horvat giving it everything at this stage. And she's working really hard down the home straight. That 2 minute mark is well within her grasp. Oh, just missing out. 2 minutes and 74 hundredths unofficially. But you can't fault Anita Horvath, the Slovenian, really working hard, giving it everything. She followed the pace. Well, there was a faller there. That was amongst the back markers. They go through the bell in about 57.5, 57.8. Anita Horvath, who came through, got the European Indoors silver medal in Istanbul, 7th at the World Championships last year. That was Audrey Vero. We saw her go down. There was the Swiss hope. She was hoping for a good run here. It's not to be. Horvath 2 seconds outside of her personal best as they line up for the second heat of the women's 800 metres. The very last event on the track for this, the Atleticageneve. No, that's not right. I think they've got the the first person across the line missing there. Hello did come through very strongly down the home straight to get herself a personal best. It was Anita Horvath without doubt who.
Et toi, tu fais faire la course? Peut-être de nouveau pour personnel? Oui, je sais pas. Tactiquement, je pense que c'était peut-être une de mes meilleures courses. Ah ouais, mon coach. Est-ce que le 800 ça te plaît par rapport au 400? Oui, c'est beaucoup plus quand même. En tout cas, bienvenue dans la discipline, c'est très impressionnant. Bravo. Merci. Achète-le. Et la présentation, la deuxième série, c'est la dernière course de celui-ci. Merci, Denis. Au pouvoir, le numéro 1, qui est à l'histoire au Geneva, Amina Mechine, la 4e des champions suisses cette année. Elle partage le couloir numéro 2 du DLP Athletics International Society. Et à côté d'elle, Genève, un temps fidèle. Couloir 3, partagé par l'Islandaise Annika Ulrich-Pettier et la Turque Zidek Kozak. Au couloir 4, l'Australienne Kayla Anton Cameron. Et à côté d'elle, la participante au championnat d'Europe du Physique l'été dernier baptisée est Natalia Iser. Au couloir 5, la Belge Vanessa Son. Et la jeune prodige qui n'entend plus du départ au Cham. Au couloir 6, la Canadienne Madeleine Kelly. Et à côté d'elle, qui est sur le Geneva, Veronica Pancaro. Au couloir 7, l'Allemande Laura Helen, accompagnée de Fabienne Müller de Stefano Gilizaro. Et au couloir 8, c'est encore Charles Mich de Louisa Andorra du Stade Genève. La dernière course de cette 35e édition d'Atleticageneve. Après la course impressionnante de la
So it's Dish out in front, slightly slower pace, about 32 seconds through the first 200 metres. Dish looking around, looking to see who's behind her. Well, perhaps the favourite, Henriksdottir, back in fourth at the moment. Good pace through the first lap though. After that slightly sluggish, it's still not that far outside of 58 seconds. And it's the Turk wearing the Fenerbahce colours, Dilit Kosak. She's really working hard at the moment. And that has really strung out the field as well. So it's Kosak, the Turk, in front as they come into the home straight. Coming around the outside though. Looks like Hancock Cameron coming down as Kosak weakens. 2:02.09. Good run there from Jocelyn Wind. I think that's a big personal best for the Swiss athlete. Found 2 or 3 extra gears during that last 150 metres, reeling Kosak and then come through to take the win. So Jocelyn Wind from Biel. There we can see this big field in the early stages of the race. At this stage, well, this is the bell. And as the pacemaker drops out, it's Kosak coming around, pushing the athletes out into the second lane. It's the diminutive Jocelyn Wind who comes through. Absolutely delighted. A big personal best there for Wind. 2:02.09. Just in case you were wondering, well, Thea Lafond, the triple jump winner, passed her final attempt once she knew she'd won, but she was a convincing winner and a big meeting best of 14:47. Just saw a quick glimpse of the triple jumpers there. So that's the very last event on the track and the very last event in the stadium. Some medal ceremonies to come. However, I think it's time for me, Phil Minshall, to say I hope you enjoyed this European Athletics live stream coverage of the Atleticageneve World Athletics Continental Tour event. There'll be many more World Athletics Continental Tour events coming to you on the European Athletics YouTube and Facebook channels. In addition, we have coming up next month live coverage every single minute of the European Under-23 Championships in Espoo, Helsinki, and then in August, the European Athletics Under-20 Championships from Jerusalem. But much more immediately as well. In 2 weeks' time, all of the European Team Championships in Silesia, in the Slaski Stadium in Horzo. So just keep tabs on everything that's going on by regularly having a quick look at the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com. All the results from this meeting are there, and on that note, it's time for me to say good afternoon, and please do join us again very soon as we look at the triple jump presentation to conclude this program. Kira Wittmann taking the silver medal, climbing to the top of the podium. Dominica's Taya Lafond with a meeting record of 14:47. There's the confirmed results. The women's triple jump victory ceremony. Wittmann and Saganova only split, not by the second best jumps, but by the third. And what a picture to finish proceedings with.
Devant le podium, Pablo Cassina, qui a mis sur pied ce meeting avec un plateau exceptionnel. On a eu je ne sais pas combien de records du meeting, elles sont les attendées de nous. Presque 10 records du meeting, chrono en dessous de 10 secondes sur 100 mètres, toutes les 20 secondes sur 200 mètres, sous les 45 secondes sur 400 mètres. Sur 400 mètres, sur la ligne, un chrono de 48 secondes, 20 records du meeting, 400 mètres, 400 mètres féminin, en dessous de 55 secondes, et dessous de la montre pour lancer du poids. Pas loin des 30 mètres au javelot. Pablo, merci. Merci à vous tous déjà, d'abord d'avoir animé une longue journée d'athlétisme, d'une densité incroyable et d'une performance globale d'enfer, du jamais vu. Et le temps était là, c'est le meeting comme ça que je l'aime, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de concurrents qui se battent l'un contre l'autre dans un fair play incroyable, et ça c'est de l'athlétisme. Merci beaucoup. Pablo Cassina, on l'applaudit bien fort. Merci à mon équipe. Rendez-vous l'année prochaine pour la date, le 22 juin, donc c'est un peu plus tard, pour cause du championnat d'Europe